Chapter 21. Stage 1. The Mercenary's Rules to Surviving. Better one lives to tell the tale than all perish. Run, kid! Jupiter implored the last of her companions. I'll use my magic to hold them off. Use that chance to escape. The young mercenary, tears streaming down his face, positioned his lance and cried out, "How can that work? Our best bet is to hold out until reinforcements arrive." "What? You're a sorceress, old woman." The young mercenary, brandishing his lance, struck a living armor charging from afar. Rule number 2 of mercenary survival. Always stick close to your ally wizard. With no warhorse to make a quick escape, relying on your magic to clear the way is our only hope. The young mercenary kept holding off the living armors with his lance and yelled, "Just prepare for the next spell. It'll keep them at bay." Thunk, thunk. His strategy was working. Rather than killing the living armors, he was pushing them away, keeping a safe distance with his lance. Once knocked down, the heavily armored creatures took time to rise. Additionally, from the distant city walls, Damien was providing supporting fire. His arrows sent the living armors tumbling one after another. If Jupiter were at her full strength, this would have bought them sufficient time. But her injuries were slowing down her magic accumulation. By the time she barely managed to summon a single bolt of lightning, thud, 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 the young mercenary stalling for time had been impaled by the monster's spears. Arg! Damn it! Crack dash! Boom! Jupiter thrust her arm forward. A lightning bolt crashed down, reducing the living armors in the vicinity to charred rubble. Huff, huff! Gasping for breath, Jupiter, arms still outstretched, glanced over her shoulder. Cough, choke. The young mercenary was prostrate, blood seeping from his wounds. Could she have saved him if her magic had been a few seconds quicker? Jupiter shrugged off the useless guilt. She was too old to bear the burden of every life lost. "Hey, kid. What's the first rule of mercenary survival?" With trembling, blood-stained lips, the young mercenary mumbled, "Don't take jobs that pay too well." "Ah, mother." Those were his final words. The young mercenary died with his eyes wide open. Jupiter lifted her gaze. Beyond the scorched remnants of the living armors, more of them were charging. A bitter smile curled the corners of the veteran mercenary's mouth. "All your survival rules were off, lad." Fizz, fizz. A feeble magic gathered at Jupiter's fingertips. "You'll never make it big as a mercenary with that mindset." The magic was not enough to cast. Turning the last of her magic into a lightning bolt, Jupiter coiled it around her fist. To strike it rich as a mercenary, to earn fame and respect. Her fist darted forward, a swift body blow to the living armor. To take on only the most perilous jobs that pay a mountain of gold. Bam dash! The living armor struck by her lightning-charged punch shattered into fragments. To keep as far away as you can from your fellow mages. Because, bam, bam, kaboom dash! With a relentless barrage of punches, she swept away the living armors, lightning erupting from each blow. Because the mages will hog all the glory. Jupiter's laughter echoed around her as the sparks finally flickered and died on her fingertips. She had drained the last dregs of her magical power. Most of all, if you wish to live, you shouldn't have picked the mercenary life in the first place. The vanquished living armors, now just scattered metal dust, fell behind her, replaced by a new wave of the metal monsters. Nonchalantly, Jupiter pulled a cigar from her pocket, placing it between her lips. Too drained to summon even a spark of lightning to light it, she simply wore a lopsided grin, the unlit cigar perched in her mouth. "I thought I'd get to taste the sweet honey of a high salary." Gruar. Beasts roared out from every direction. Jupiter closed her eyes. "So this is where my journey ends." But then, galip glop, galip glop. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves broke the silence. "Ha!" Surprised, Jupiter turned to see. "Hold tight." Lucas, mounted on a horse, right behind her. Thump! With his left hand, Lucas hoisted Jupiter up by her collar. At the same moment he swung his right hand, his sword carving a long horizontal arc. Zing dash! Struck by Lucas' sword, the living armors ignited with a crimson fire and disintegrated. Casually, Lucas deposited Jupiter, who head scooped up with his left hand, behind his saddle. Caught off guard, Jupiter could only stare at Lucas, who responded with a nonchalant command. Keep a firm grip. Wah what? Hiya! With a swift turn, Lucas directed his horse back towards the city. Gruer! Gruer! The living armors behind them hurled spears in a frenzied rage. Unruffled, Lucas brandished his sword, deflecting each incoming spear. Watching the shattered spears raining down behind her, Jupiter found her voice again. Hey, young knight. What is it? Do you fancy meeting my granddaughter sometime? She's a charming lady. If you have time for jests, focus on regaining your magical strength. Lucas shot back icily, then spurred his horse onwards. There's a horde of monsters still to deal with. Hee hee. Despite his kindness towards his lord, Lucas was as cold as ice when he was absent. Nevertheless, Jupiter expressed her gratitude. I owe you my life, thank you. There's no need for thanks. I was merely executing His Majesty's command. Lucas hesitated for a moment before forcing out the next words. But, I apologize for not reaching you earlier. The other members of Jupiter's party were all dead. These mercenaries weren't mere cannon fodder. They were the warriors who were meant to stand guard over this fortress in the days to come. Yet, due to a cascading series of unfortunate events, they had met a bleak fate. Time for regret is after we've exterminated these monsters. Jupiter cast a look over her shoulder. Before her surged a sea of living armors, and amidst them, the colossal form of the Phantom Knight floated in the air. From her single eye, a bright spark danced as she glared at her adversaries. It's been a while since I've been this ticked off. From a distance, Lucas returned safely after having rescued Jupiter on horseback. Phew! I let out a sigh, mingling relief and regret. Rescuing Jupiter, an SR rank wizard, was indeed a significant victory. Yet, in the blink of an eye, we'd lost 4 heroes who were of immense value to us. I leaned too heavily on my experience in the game. While the game's rules held some sway here, this place was a harsh reality. All kinds of unpredictable elements that one wouldn't concern oneself with in a game were coming into play. Just the appearance of the boss is enough to strike terror in the soldiers. Sure, in games you had to manage morale and there were status ailments like fear and confusion, but in real life, reactions were far more nuanced and varied. I could never have anticipated that even the warhorses would succumb to fear. I need to account for the real-world variables. With a slight bite of my lower lip, I lifted my gaze. And that too is a reality distinct from the game, a consequence of this being the real world. My gaze drifted towards the fortress wall. Hud, hud, hud. Slowly, the wooden outer wall was giving way. Not under the assault of the living armors. Rather, it was due to our own crossfire. As the intense volleys whizzed past it, sparks ignited, setting the wooden wall ablaze. The fire started small but was gradually gaining momentum. It served to incinerate the nearby living armors, but ultimately, it was causing the outer wall to crumble. If the outer wall falls, the kill zone will soon be rendered useless. Living armors were streaming through the gaping holes in the wall. They no longer needed to pass through the killing field of our crossfire, and thus our kill zone was slowly losing its strategic value. Roar! Roar! The savage cries of the living armors echoed across the battlefield. Damien and the ballista units were felling the monsters as they advanced, but it wouldn't be long before they reached the fortress wall. It seems we're destined for a wall-to-wall fight after all. I clenched my teeth in frustration. My strategy had been to conclude this stage with ranged attacks alone, avoiding close combat as far as possible. We had only about 500 men. Most of them were either veterans past their prime or raw recruits. In the brutal melee of close combat, our casualties would multiply rapidly. That's why I had hoped to avoid it if at all possible. Still, we've managed to deal them a substantial blow. My eyes flicked to the enemy information screen. Enemy info Stage 1. LV.25 Phantom Knight. 1. LV.5 Living Armor Assault Troop. 277 units. Kill counts. 775. The enemy ranks had dwindled to just under 300. Before the clamor of close combat began, we could continue to thin their numbers with a rain of ranged attacks. This meant the actual count we'd have to face in hand-to-hand battle would be even less. It's within our grasp. This battlefield was still mine to command. Just then, Lucas and Jupiter made their way onto the city walls, fresh from their foray through the city gate. Your Highness, Jupiter, the lady is safe. Lucas grudgingly tacked on the title Lady to Jupiter's name. For someone fallen from grace, it felt awkward, but it was prudent to respect a wizard's dignity. I have returned, Your Highness. Jupiter offered me a brief bow. The blood from the wound shed taken when she was thrown from her horse was seeping into her weathered brow. Jupiter, am relieved to see you're safe. I am remorseful, Your Highness. This old woman faltered. Jupiter lightly touched the wound on her forehead, staining her leather gloves with the fresh blood. The loss of my team is on me. Those poor young souls met a pointless end. It's a heartbreaking reality. We couldn't have predicted the sudden appearance of that monster, nor the panic among the horses. You are not to blame. The fact that her team consisted of hero characters had at least ensured Jupiter's protection. The loss was grievous, but that sacrifice had preserved a cornerstone of our Powera magician. No, I should have been better prepared given my years and battlefield experience. The fault is mine. Jupiter clenched her blood-stained glove into a fist. So, I will rectify this. Jupiter's remaining eye was locked onto the boss monster suspended in the sky. The Phantom Knight, the chief enemy of this stage and the leader of the living armors. I will most certainly take that damned creature's head. First, you need to rest, Jupiter. My gaze shifted beyond the wall. We will require your strength imminently. Boom, 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 boom. The living armors were thundering across the open field. I called to the cannon unit. The kill zone has served its purpose. Hold fire. Yes, sir. The soldiers, their bodies slick with sweat, stopped manning the cannons. Damien, you take a break too. I patted Damien on the shoulder, who had been tirelessly firing his crossbow. Ah! Ha! Ha! Damien, who had been letting loose arrow after arrow, turned to me, his face pale. His overworked arms were trembling. But they're still advancing. We have a larger prey for you. I, who had gently grasped his shoulder, gave him a quiet nod. Rest and gather your strength. Understand. Yes, Your Highness. Damien set down his crossbow, and my gaze was drawn back to the battlefield. Growl. Unbeknownst to me, the living armors had already reached the foot of the wall, right at the edge of the moat. Chapter 22. Stage 1 Main Party. Arg. The living armors had reached the moat. Their advance slowed as they negotiated the water-filled moat, all the while enduring a relentless hail of our arrows. Still, they proved hardy. Brushing off the arrow impacts across their armored forms, they crossed the moat and arrived at the base of the castle walls. Thump! 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 The leading living armors commenced their assault, hammering brusquely on the castle gate. But the gate, thick and securely fastened, stood firm. Even these monstrous beings couldn't breach it without proper siege equipment. Finding their siege of the gate futile, the living armors pivoted to an audacious tactic. They began to scale the castle wall. Scratch! 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 The spectacle of these armored behemoths clawing their way up the wall was chilling, like something pulled straight from a horror film. Gulp! Gulp! Watching from their perch on the castle wall, the soldiers' fear was palpable as they swallowed nervously. Hold! I, too, gulped hard at the sight below, but strove to project a calm facade. Hold! We'd readied various improvised weapons atop the castle wall, remnants of stones and scrap metal from the fortification work. The soldiers were poised to unleash this debris on the climbing living armors. The living armors had almost reached the castle wall's apex. Close enough now, we could glimpse the eerie gleam in their eyes through the helmet slits. With a deep breath, I issued my command. Now! Throw them! Throw them! Throw them dash! In unison, the soldiers heaved all the odds and ends over the castle wall. Whoosh! Crash!
Bang!
The living armors struck by the heavy barrage tumbled back to the ground. While a good number shattered upon impact, the rest were eerily undeterred, rising once again. I clicked my tongue. Damned resilient! We had exhausted all the odds and ends amassed on the castle wall. Yet these relentless adversaries began to climb the wall once more despite our onslaught. Out of options, I rallied my troops. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Yes, prepare for hand-to-hand combat dash. Hand-to-hand combat units, to the front. A little over 100 soldiers from the melee unit, who had been waiting in reserve, unsheathed their weapons. The soldiers who had been manning the cannons and ballistae, and those hurling debris, pulled back for a brief respite. After a short recovery, they would join the melee unit. As the melee units took their places, I navigated to the system window. Reorganize party. Jupiter's party had been wiped out, leaving only 4 members in the main party. It was time for a reshuffle. I navigated to the party window and shifted Jupiter, currently in the sub-party, into the main group. Main party, May 5th.
LV5AS, X.
LV.27 Lucas, SSR.
LV.15 Damien, N.
LV.17 Lily, R.
LV.35 Júpiter, SR.
The main party was now filled, and with a ding, the party synergy activated. Active party synergy. Commander 1, Vanguard of the battlefield. This party's morale doesn't falter. Mage 2, Double Mage. The magical assault power of all party members surges by 20%. 2 synergies sprang into action. Absolutely splendid. I couldn't resist exclaiming in sheer delight. Especially the Double Mage. Such a spectacular synergy. A boost in magical attack power by a full 20%. There's no synergy more suited to our current predicament, where our hope lies in Jupiter's lightning magic once she recuperates. Yet, for the moment, I spotted the living armors clinging and scaling our fortress walls. Lucas, with his long sword drawn at his chest, and the trembling soldiers clutching their maces in white-knuckled grips. We must stand firm. Bodies are only bulwark. Until now, the soldiers had capably managed our defenses, terror etched on their faces. Their success owed largely to the fact the battles unfolded at a distance. Now they must confront their enemies up close, bearing the brunt of their assault with their bodies. Will they hold their ground? I was concerned for the anxious soldiers, but swiftly dismissed the thought. No, they must. Even the most battle-hardened soldier was once a green recruit. This battle won't be the last. The monster invasions won't relent. For survival's sake, every soldier must toughen up. They must meet the onslaught and prevail. They're scaling the wall dash. When the living armors scrabbled to the top of the fortress wall, the soldiers thrust at them with their spears or whatever they had on hand. Thump! Thump! Yet the living armors snatched the proffered weapons and snapped them. Whoa! What the hell? In surprise, the soldiers stumbled back as one. With their final defense casually brushed aside, the living armors emerged, one by one, onto the fortress wall. Grrrrrrr. Grara, the first one to hoist itself onto the wall, released a bone-chilling roar, sending a wave of unease through the soldiers' ranks. Then, flash! Lucas' sword split the monster's helmet clean in two. A shower of crimson sparks accompanied the staggering living armor as Lucas forcefully kicked it off the wall. I've got these fiends! Lucas bellowed at the dumbstruck soldiers. Just hold your line and keep them from advancing. Why, yes, sir. Lucas zipped along the wall, slicing through the climbing living armors as if carving through soft butter. TSSK. TSSK. With every sweep of Lucas' sword, vivid red sparks flew. His blade seemed to bloom with fiery blossoms. Transfixed by the dazzling prowess of the SSR-ranked knight, I jolted back to reality. I had my part to play. Lily, ready the next artifact. On it. In response to my directive, Lily promptly prepared the artifact. The second artifact had been fixed. A novice-tier haste artifact. This was an artifact that provided a burst of speed enhancement magic to allies within a certain range. As to be expected from a novice tier, its impact and duration were rather short-lived. Both movement and attack speed got a bump of 5%, lasting merely for 5 minutes. But 5% was sufficient. 5 minutes was adequate. Applying this boost right at the onset of our engagement, the most crucial moment, lifted the soldiers' spirits. Feeling energized, the soldiers swung their maces and brandished their shields with renewed vigor. Drive the monsters back. Force them off dash. The soldiers clashed with the living armors who had scaled the wall. The standby infantry, previously allowed a respite, held their own surprisingly well. They couldn't topple the living armors, but they did manage to stand their ground and form a defensive line. The traits I had readied for this battle were Main Order, Attack Totem, and Defense Totem. These would provide a modest boost to the infantry. As the soldiers held fast without giving an inch, Lucas was in a flurry, brandishing his sword left and right. Flash! Flash! Each time his sword danced, the living armors dropped like stalks before a scythe. A unique light, the sign of skill usage, sparkled from Lucas' sword. It was Lucas' initial skill, Soul Strike. Soul Strike is a cumulative skill that intensifies with each enemy slain. I would have preferred to feed Lucas all the remaining living armors, but there simply wasn't time. We're losing ground. Lucas was soloing nearly half of the wall, yet he couldn't cover the entire stretch. The number of enemies vaulting the wall was swelling. Our casualty count was mounting too. Damn it! Arg. If you're injured, fall back immediately. Sub out. As each wounded soldier emerged, I sent in the original defenders who had been waiting in reserve. However, even these initial defenders were fatigued from their previous stand. While the fatalities were few, injuries skyrocketed in no time. I found myself biting my lower lip in frustration. Prince, I should return to the front line. Damien, who had been resting upon my command, had once again armed his crossbow, but I waved him off. This guy needed to conserve his energy for the boss fight. Jupiter was in the same boat. What to do? Was there no way to curb our soldier casualties and wipe out the remaining living armors? Just then, whoosh! Suddenly, a blaze erupted, reducing the living armors, which had been scaling the wall, to cinders. Startled, I spun towards the source. Lily, seated in her wheelchair, had her hands extended, her face ashen. Right, you can wield magic. Taken aback by my outburst, Lily bore an expression of disbelief. No, I'm originally a pyromancer. I'm sorry. I only saw you as a shield ally. Isn't that a bit harsh? Living armors kept pouring over the wall. Lily, in a panic, let loose a barrage of fire. Roar! Oh! The living armors advancing towards Lilith's section of the wall disintegrated in an instant. They boasted formidable physical resistance, but their defense against magic was weak, making fire magic highly effective. Hyuk! Hyuk! Lily, her magic power quickly depleted, was gasping for breath. She found the significant magic power expenditure that fire magicians were known for hard to bear. I raced to Lilith's side, clutching the handles of her wheelchair. Brilliant work, Lily. You're in for a promotion. No. Please let me retire. I'll throw in a substantial bonus. Now, let's produce some more fire. I told you I want to retire. Plus, I've nearly exhausted all my magic power. You can do it one more time. Let's go, hurrah! Yuwa-aang. I wheeled Lily around, encouraging her to conjure up more flames. The effect was tremendous. 20% from party synergy, and another 5% from my attack totem trait. All in all, a boost of 25%. Lilith's fire magic splendidly held back the invaders at half of the fortress. I quickly administered a mana potion to the whimpering Lily. Hold on, flamethrower. One more round. I implore you. Treat me like a person. And so, this cycle repeated, soldiers valiantly standing their ground. Lucas carving through enemies with his sword. Lily raining down fire. Enemy info Stage 1. LV.25 Spectral Knight. 1. LV.5 Living Armor Assault Soldiers. 3. Kill counts. 1449. Victory was within our grasp. Die, vile creature. Leave this castle now. The soldiers circled the living armor, relentlessly beating it with their maces. I really can't take any more. This is it, the final one. Come on. Down the hatch and into the fray. Lily just about managed to incinerate one, as magic power potion trickled down her chin. Flash. The last enemy was neatly bisected by Lucas' sword strike. It's over. No more living armors moved. The overwhelmed soldiers all erupted into cheers simultaneously. We've done it. Victory is ours. We did it. We did it. I had to dampen their jubilation. The battle isn't over yet. What? Stay alert. The final adversary is coming. I fixed my gaze on the empty air. The soldiers followed suit. Grrrrrrrr. A gargantuan spectral figure hovered in the air. Fragments of the defeated living armors from around the battlefield converged. Clank, clank. Countless pieces of armor assembled to create an immense figure, seemingly in a crouch. From the gauntlets on its fingertips to the pauldrons on its shoulders, the chest plate, the leg armor shaping its thighs and calves, down to the boots encasing its feet, and finally the helmet. Clank dash. The now complete armored titan emitted a foreboding groan. Grrrrrrrr. Phantom Knight. The eyes of this stage's boss monster flickered with blue flame. Thud dash. As it descended to the ground from the air, the surrounding area shook as if rocked by an earthquake. We all staggered in unison. As I gripped the nearby wall for support, I bit back a curse. How could this be just a Stage 1 boss? Chapter 23. Stage 1 Boss Raid. Gra-wa. A gargantuan specter, swathed in an immense suit of armor. The Stage 1 boss monster, Phantom Knight, bellowed an uncanny roar. Kukawung dash. The entity that had been hovering in the air descended to the ground, shaking the entire vicinity as if an earthquake had struck. We all teetered simultaneously. Damn! Confronting the creature on the ground, my fingers twitched involuntarily. It was gigantic. Its towering figure was about as tall as a 3-story building, just slightly shorter than the fortress walls. From our position atop the wall, we were nearly eye to eye with the monster stationed on the open ground. Ready the cannons. Aim the ballistae. I hollered at the soldiers, frozen in awe of the boss monster's overpowering presence. We need to take it down before it gets to the wall. Move it dash. The startled soldiers hurriedly began to load the cannons and ballistae. However, much of the siege equipment was abandoned during the infantry battle, and by the time they managed to reinstall and reload everything, the Phantom Knight was already upon us. Blue flames danced ominously within the beast's towering helmet. Damn it! Keep it together. I almost retreated out of fear, barely maintaining my footing. Don't get spooked by its appearance. Damn it! It's just a Stage 1 boss. Even if it's received a boss boost, it's only level 25. Fire! Give it everything you've got dash. At my command, the petrified soldiers ignited the cannons and pulled the ballistae triggers. Boom! Bam! Thud, thud, thud. Cannons belched fire, and arrows flew from the ballistae. Quackwang! Quackwang! Due to the creature's size, our hit rate was astonishingly high. Scores of shells and ballista arrows hammered into the Phantom Knight. Flames and smoke swirled around its massive armor. However, its armor was robust. It sustained no significant damage. Thump, thump, thump. Despite the relentless attack, the Phantom Knight continued its advance. This brute is unbelievably sturdy. Still, the main objective of the cannons and ballistae was to impede it as much as possible. I swiftly glanced aside. Lily. Yes, yes. Lily looked drained from casting fire magic just a short while ago. But she had a duty to fulfill. The third artifact? Is it adjusted yet? It was tuned just moments ago. Activate it now. Lily signaled the alchemists. They powered up the artifact that had just completed its final tuning. Wung dash. A gentle light spilled from the blue-tinted piece of magical technology. The restored third artifact. Rank our artifact the magic amplifier. The effect was straightforward. It amplified a single character's magical effect by 100%. But only for one use. It was merely a single-use magical booster, but its potential was immense, depending on how it was deployed. Jupiter. I turned around. Jupiter was squinting her only eye, scrutinizing the Phantom Knight. Have you recovered enough? Indeed, Your Majesty. Crackle. Sparks danced from the fingertips of the electric sorceress. I'm not merely ready, I'm surging with energy. Jupiter was all set. I gestured towards the chest of the towering Phantom Knight. Focus your energy on his chest plate. Unleash the strongest attack you're capable of. Whoom! A magic amplifier sprung to life. The target? Jupiter. A soft blue light enveloped Jupiter's form. She blinked once. Indeed, it feels like a return to my heyday. Embracing the power of the artifact, Jupiter clenched her fists. Her face lit with a fierce grin. I gave a nod of affirmation. I'm relying on you. Please watch out for the lightning, Your Majesty. As Jupiter advanced, the ominous sound of thunder echoed from afar. Rumble. And bear in mind, I'm not responsible if you get struck. Jupiter extended her hands, and a downpour of bright yellow lightning bolts descended from the sky. Kaboom! Jupiter's first skill, Bleaching Zone, erupted onto the Phantom Knight. Originally a wide-ranging skill, it struck the knight entirely due to his colossal size, with dozens of lightning bolts all landing on him. Ea! The Phantom Knight, now scorched black, emitted a cry of agony. The lightning had accurately targeted his breastplate. Portions of the knight's immense armored chest began to crumble. As the armor fell away, it revealed the ghostly figure within. His vulnerability, the spirit core, was now fully exposed. A spirit core can't sustain damage from regular soldiers. Can only be affected by magical attacks or Damien fire. Skills like Farsight. Damien was already stationed at the ballista. A white gleam flickered in Damien's large brown eyes, and his slender finger released the trigger of the ballista. Thwack! The launched arrow pierced straight through the Phantom Knight's spirit core. Crack! The spirit core fragmented, and it felt as though you could hear the sound of a glass window shattering. The Phantom Knight convulsed in torment. Ea Warg! His agonized bellow echoed across the battlefield. Did we finish him off? No, it held on. Inside the helmet of the Phantom Knight, the flames flared threateningly. It seemed infuriated. Damn, we were just a hair short. Gruawar. With a furious roar, the Phantom Knight hoisted his massive sword overhead. I involuntarily gawked at the shadow the sword cast across the fortress. If that fell, the fortress would be leveled. Jupiter! Strike again! I hollered in urgency, and Jupiter, who had been charging her subsequent spell, lifted her hand. Raising your weapon to the sky in a thunderstorm. You must really want to die, you fool. Kaboom! Second skill. Bleaching again. Even without an artifact, the synergy of our party and my own buff were more than sufficient. Dozens of bright blue lightning bolts pierced through the Phantom Knight's form. The spirit core, already heavily damaged, was obliterated entirely. Yet even while collapsing, the Phantom Knight mustered the strength for one last attack, slashing down his monumental sword with all his remaining might. The colossal blade crashed into the fortress wall. I clenched my teeth. There was no way to prevent this. Everyone move. Clear from the sword's path dash. Soldiers hollered, scattering from the wall's vicinity. Aya! Clear out dash. Damien and Jupiter seized Lilith's wheelchair, fleeing in a rush. Lucas sprinted towards me, still perched atop the fortress wall. Your Majesty, you must evade. Kawung! Instantaneously, the Phantom Knight's gargantuan sword smashed into the fortress wall. Lucas instinctively shielded me, but luckily, there was a gap between where the sword hit and where I stood. A direct blow was averted. Nevertheless, the tremor from the sword piercing the fortress wall was enough to topple both Lucas and me. Ah! Ouch, my back! Are you unharmed, Your Majesty? I'm okay. But what about the fortress wall? Gwung. As the dust settled, the Phantom Knight's sword, half buried in the wall, came into view. The Phantom Knight, the wielder of the sword, was now kneeling outside the fortress wall. His core was entirely annihilated, and the eerie glow once flickering from his helmet had faded. The stage boss had been finally vanquished. Clink, creak, simultaneously, fragments of armor began to tumble from the Phantom Knight's frame. His armor was disintegrating at a rapid pace. Kai-ia! After all the armor pieces crashed to the ground, the ghosts housed within the armor burst forth all at once. Hundreds, maybe thousands of ghostly forms expanded like a thick, poisonous mist. Then instantaneously they targeted the closest human. The human standing nearest to them atop the fortress wall. They were barreling right towards me. Kai-ia dash! The sight of hundreds and thousands of ghosts charging my way was nothing short of spine-chilling. Hundreds of contorted faces and thousands of twisted limbs thrashed about, searching for their prey. But I stayed composed. I was acquainted with this pattern. Upon the Phantom Knight's death, he discharges a broad-scale fear and confusion. His final desperate attempt, one could say, is not a damaging attack. It's merely a status affliction designed to sap our morale. If you let it engulf you, your mind could be shattered. Your Majesty! It's dangerous. It's all right, Lucas. But mental afflictions held no threat over me. A frantic Lucas tried to shield me, but I shrugged him off. And I stood firm, locking eyes with the oncoming ghosts. This is human territory. As all the ghosts lunged at me, King Dash, my passive skill, unyielding commander, sprung to life, radiating a white light, entirely neutralizing their curse. The ghosts shattered mere inches from me, impeded from passing through. Enduring the onslaught of the wraiths, I mustered a shout, while shielding myself with all I had. Begone, you fiend! Screeching, wailing, the final wraith charged at me, only to dissipate like a wisp of smoke. With the wraiths gone, a profound silence swept over the surroundings. Slowly, the soldiers who had taken cover around the fortress began to lift their heads. Those who had escaped beneath the wall started to emerge. That monstrous beast? The ghosts! The prince! Defeated them. Is it over? With the wraiths dissipated and Jupiter retracting her lightning magic, the heavy clouds in the sky began to break apart. Sunlight streamed through the parting clouds. As if the darkness that had swallowed us was a lie, the brilliant sunlight bathed the battered fortress walls. Perched atop the fractured walls, I looked down at the soldiers struggling to regain their footing. As I shifted my gaze, I caught sight of the Wraith Knight's sword, embedded halfway into the wall. Thoughts of repairing such a gaping hole in the wall, compensating for today's troop loss, flooded my mind. Instead of lingering on these issues, I raised a hand high, wearing a wide grin. We have triumphed. I amplified my voice for the bewildered soldiers gazing up at me. We have endured. The sunlight poured down from the parted clouds, illuminating me. We will keep triumphing, and we will keep enduring. The terror in the soldiers' eyes gradually receded. I could clearly see the joy of victory take its place. Whether it was due to my passive skill or my persuasive speech, I didn't care. We've repelled the monsters. With all the vigor I possessed, with all the sincerity I could summon, I could only cry out, "Let's survive!" Stage 1. Clear. Stage MVP, Jupiter, SR. Characters leveled up, Ash, EX, LV.8, Lucas, SSR, LV.29, 2. Jupiter, SR, LV.36, 1.
Lily, R, LV.19, 2.
Damien, N, LV.25. Eligible for first rank promotion. Characters injured or killed. Jupiter, SR. Slightly injured.
Tin, N, deceased. Ron, N, deceased. Jia, N, deceased. Peke, N, deceased.
Items acquired. Living Armor Magic Stones, 172. Phantom Knight Magic Core, SR. 1. Stage Clear Reward has been distributed. Please check your inventory. R-Grade Reward Box, 2. N-Grade Reward Box, 3. Prepare for the next stage. Stage 2, Knight of Steel. Chapter 24, Side Story Victory Banquet. The skirmish finally subsided as dusk fell that day. A jubilant feast ensued at the crossroads. Dubbed as a grand banquet, it was, in truth, a lavish heap of food and drink laid out in the city's central square, free for all to indulge. Well then, let's celebrate the victory we've earned by holding back those fearsome armored beasts. I briefly proposed a toast and raised my glass high. Cheers! In unison, the soldiers raised their glasses and echoed my sentiment. Cheers! Cheers! Now, eat and drink to your heart's content. Today, the tab is on me. Hooray! Long live our Lord! And so the feast commenced. The soldiers chatted and laughed, devouring the meat and guzzling down their drinks. Merely a few hours ago, the specter of death had loomed over them. Relieving such intense stress called for hearty meat and potent alcohol. Barbecues sizzled beside the blazing fire in the central square, while soldiers sang songs, reveling in their victory. Seated in a corner of the square, I observed the scene from a distance. "Are you all right, my lord?" Lucas, who had come up to me, asked with concern. "You've been fasting all day. You should eat something." "Sure," I replied, but I felt no hunger. I just idly swirled the drink in my hand. The beverage in the glass caught the firelight, glimmering red. Lucas, who had taken a seat beside me, offered a gentle smile. "You don't seem very celebratory for a victorious commander, my lord. You've successfully held back 1,000 living armors without significant damage. I think you could afford to be a bit happier." There was no significant damage, yes? I slowly brought the drink to my lips. Cough. "My lord? Are you all right?" Yes, I'm fine." The taste of the alcohol was just a bit surprising. I eyed my drink with disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be beer? It feels like its alcohol content is at least 20%. Since the world is different, it makes sense the alcohol would be different, too. Awkwardly setting down my glass, I wrapped up my earlier statement. There was no significant damage, but we lost precious lives. Once someone had died, discussing the extent of the damage seemed pointless. Life doesn't operate on a hierarchy. All life is precious. Of course, I knew. You can't save everyone. To think otherwise in this cruel game would be hubris. But the hero characters I couldn't save today, or the ordinary soldiers, they could have played a pivotal role in defending this city in the future. Their lives were seeds of potential, each capable of blooming into something more. But that potential was now lost. If I had been a bit more cautious, they wouldn't have died. I reflected on today's battle. I could have performed better. I could have been more watchful. This wasn't like the tutorial stage. There was a clear margin for improvement. It stung even more because I recognized it myself. "My lord, I think you did well enough. You don't need to blame yourself. I mean, saying this won't erase your regret, would it?" Lucas uttered his words with a gentle touch. "But your highness, this is a celebration of victory." Turning to my side, the protagonist amidst the golden walls displayed a broad smile. If your highness is displeased, it won't do much for the soldiers' spirits. Please smile. At least for now, partake in our happiness. That too is a part of being a commander. The idea that a commander's duties included smiling seemed both convincing and amusing, stirring a chuckle within me. You speak the truth. With a surprising clatter, Ader popped up from behind me. What in the world? While mourning our losses is crucial, we can't sustain morale with sadness alone. We must find time to celebrate and revel in our victory. Ader, donned in a chef's attire, carried a tray of food in his hands. What was he planning now? Because eating just meat isn't good for your health. I've brought some vegetables as well. But I haven't even touched any meat yet. To my complaint, Ader handed me a tray brimming with roasted vegetables. Congratulations on clearing stage 1, my lord. Over the rim of his glasses, Ader's gray eyes winked at me. It was a challenging stage, but you did well. Looking forward to your continued efforts. Motivated by the game director's words, I awkwardly plucked a roasted corn from the tray and took a bite. But the moment I did, our Prince Ash Everblack is eating vegetables. Suddenly, Ader let out a shout. Prince Ash is choosing vegetables over meat. What kind of nonsense is this? Before I could even react, soldiers who had heard the commotion gathered around me like a flock of birds. We apologize, Your Highness. We've been so inconsiderate. To think that Prince Ash, known for his love of meat, is forced to eat only vegetables. Was such a reputation existing? Just how had this scoundrel Ash lived his life? Damn it all. Bring meat for His Highness, meat. And all the alcohol too. Your Highness, please have this meat I've grilled. You fool. His Highness is of royal blood. He only eats raw meat soaked in blood. Wow. The Everblack royal family is amazing dash. Stop your damn babbling, you idiots. He eats like everyone else. As I bellowed, each of the soldiers handed me chunks of meat. I couldn't resist and let out a cry. I can feed myself. Just leave it. But the soldiers didn't heed my words. In a heartbeat, a banquet of alcohol formed around me. Pour it. Drink it. D. The soldiers were eagerly pouring drinks into each other's mouths. These wolves were lurking, their eyes gleaming fiercely, waiting for a chance to force a drink onto me. I gritted my teeth and munched on the mountain of meat in front of me. How on earth did things spiral into this? My plan had been to quietly and earnestly contemplate the recent battle in solitude. Prince, Your Highness. Wadash. What now? Twisting around, I spotted Lily, her face mirroring the scarlet of her hair, making a choked sound at my side. When did she start guzzling alcohol like a fish? Please, I implore you, allow me to retire, Your Highness. No way. Keep on working. In such a financially strained time, who even thinks about retirement? I provide a generous salary, mind you. Shed better appreciate it and keep working. I desire to, resign. As Lily, who appeared to have morphed into a ghost desperate to resign, began to wail, the other alchemists hauled her off, wheelchair and all. Please, lay her to rest somewhere, won't you? Hey. Your Highness. Damn, you scared me. Who is it this time? This time, the slurred voice emerged from the other side. I flinched in surprise. It was Damien. This water tastes peculiar. Hick. That's not water. Who the hell thought it wise to serve alcohol to the kid? Huh? The offender was seated right next to me. Jupiter, entirely sober, smirked mischievously. Hey, Jupiter. What are you thinking? Handing alcohol to a kid? He's no child, but a seasoned mercenary. Jupiter casually puffed on a cigar, winking at me with her one good eye. He ought to learn to drink and smoke and even how to waste money. He's like my grandchild. I'll instruct him properly. Why would you impart such skills to your grandchild, you corrupted adult? Just then my shoulder grew heavy. Damien, thoroughly intoxicated, had leaned his forehead against my shoulder. Your Highness, Hick. How audacious you've become, Damien. Resting your forehead against a member of the royal family. From Damien's perspective as a commoner, this was unheard of. The power of alcohol indeed does wonders. Not that I would chastise him for such a thing. I was about to instruct someone to usher him away and put him to bed when Damien slurred out something with considerable effort. When I'm alone, I see the faces of my deceased friends. I can't forget that day. The guilt of being the sole survivor weighs heavy on my heart. I held my peace, heeding Damien's words. Damien continued to murmur incoherently. But it's weird. When I'm with you, I feel tranquil. That wasn't because I was someone exceptional or remarkable. It was merely the effect of a passive skill. It was simply the influence of the unyielding commander which staves off mental ailments. But I couldn't voice that. So, I wished to be by your side. Soon after, Damien began to nod off. I awkwardly observed this pitiful child, his gentle breaths echoing as his forehead rested on my shoulder. Now that I reflect on it, I sensed my magic growing stronger while under your command. Jupiter, who had been observing us, cocked her head. Was it due to your Highness' outstanding command? It wasn't because of my superb command, but rather my inherent attributes and the party synergy system. A total buff of 25% was put into play in this battle. However, I couldn't confess this truth. All I could do was muster a forced laugh. All credit goes to your noble character and your natural leadership ability, Your Highness. This time, a voice echoed from behind. I swiveled around to find Lucas seated there. I, too, feel my distractions fading away in your presence. Following your orders makes me feel lighter, almost as if I could fly. If this isn't evidence of your character and talent, then what is? I was dumbfounded by the degree of bootlicking he managed in such a stern voice. This wasn't like the diligent, steadfast character I knew him to be. It seemed he had been imbibing quite a bit. There was a pile of empty liquor glasses next to him. Witnessing Lucas in this state for the first time, I couldn't help but laugh. I shot a smirk in Lucas' direction. So, that's why you're always hovering around me, Lucas? Lucas, who had been sipping his beer, arched an eyebrow. Perhaps, he states, that wasn't the usual response from a paragon of knightly virtue. Just as I was about to probe further, other soldiers congregated around us. The soldiers boisterously traded toasts, emptying their cups with each one. To our fallen comrades. To us, the survivors. To His Highness, the Prince Dash. Each one took turns drinking, and before long all eyes were on me. Startled, I looked around. What? Why are you all gawking at me like that? Your Highness, your glass is still full. I'm just not feeling up to it. I wasn't a fan of drinking in the real world, so I was trying to dodge it. But the soldiers all dropped to the ground, pretending to sob. We're sorry, Your Highness. We failed to create the right ambience. We made Prince Ash, who's been known to drink continuously for a week if he pleases, not even sip a single glass. What kind of reputation was that? Just what kind of life had this damned prince led? We deserve to die. Please, execute us. Hey, don't overact, you idiots. Get up. Then, please drink. What? How did this? Drink. The surrounding soldiers began to chant in harmony. Drink. Damn it. I couldn't exactly decline and dampen the spirits in such a scenario. What was there to do? Eventually, I clenched my eyes shut and downed my drink in one gulp. The potent liquid scorched a path from my esophagus down to my stomach. Arg! Are you pleased now? After forcefully wiping my mouth, I brandished the empty glass above my head. The soldiers erupted into cheers, evidently ecstatic. These knaves. You dared to make me, the Lord and Commander, drink. You'd better be prepared for the aftermath. Hey, refill everyone's glasses. At my behest, the soldiers brought forward barrels of alcohol. With everyone's cups replenished, I announced, all right, let's feast, drink, and die together. We indulged, imbibed, crooned, and prattled until the moon completed its celestial journey. The victory night was growing deeper.
O Mann, im Hammerritt.
The feast finally concluded near daybreak. Upon reaching my room in the mansion, I clumsily cleaned up and flopped onto the bed, cradling my spinning head. The liquor in this world was unforgiving. Even though I had merely consumed beer, the alcoholic content was on an entirely different level compared to the beer on Earth. I yearned to slump into sleep right there, but I coerced my heavy eyelids open and accessed the system window. I must check this before I sleep. Reward boxes that had appeared as stage-clear rewards. 2 R-grade boxes and 3 N-grade boxes. It was time to examine their contents. Chapter 25. Side Story Opening Boxes. The stage reward boxes were arrayed before me. 2 R-grade boxes and 3 N-grade boxes. Last time, all I got was a peculiar necklace from the EX-grade box. I touched my neck. The necklace ID acquired then was dangling there. What was it again? They mentioned it would be useful as the story unfolded. I wonder what kind of remarkable function it conceals, but for now I craved something that could lend immediate help. It'd be ideal if it could be utilized effectively in the upcoming stage. Firstly, I placed the 3 N-grade boxes on the bed. The stage reward boxes typically contained consumable items and crafting materials, and occasionally a complete set of equipment. However, even when complete gear was included, it was usually of a lower tier. In the case of N-grade boxes, 99% of the time, they held N-grade equipment. But there's still a non-zero chance, right? Could it possibly yield an SSR-grade piece of equipment? I hastily opened the 3 N-grade boxes. Did any complete gear drop? A blinding light spilled from the open box. Just from the emitted radiance, you could roughly estimate the item grade. What was the hue? Gray. Gray. And gray it was. All 3 were gray. All 3 were N-grade items. TCH. Well, what more could I expect from N-grade boxes? I grumbled as I examined the contents. Let's see. Rewards. High-level stamina potion. High-level stamina potion. Ice enchant scroll. Someway all 3 were consumables. It would have been better if at least some crafting materials had dropped. They'd have come in handy while manufacturing something. But these items are still quite useful. High-level potions had a significantly superior restorative effect compared to regular ones. Stockpiling them for emergencies proved rather beneficial. Enchant scrolls were also practical items. Once activated, they endowed an attribute to your weapon for that particular stage. If I were to apply it to something like Damien's crossbow, the effects would be phenomenal. He'll hold on to these. Next, I shifted my focus to the 2 R-grade boxes. I decided to open them one after the other. Firstly, I cracked open the initial box. Did any complete gear drop? Flash. A blue radiance seeped from the opened box. Ah, it's an R-grade item. Standard Advanced Magic Core R. It's a crafting item. Though my enthusiasm had dwindled, the magic core was still one of the rarest items among the materials. Magic cores were a crucial component in high-level gear, typically employed in the construction of high-grade weaponry or the forging of artifacts. I've already gathered 3 magic cores. I scrutinized my inventory. 1 Black Spider Queen Magic Core, SSR, obtained from the tutorial stage. 1 Phantom Knight Magic Core, SR, obtained from today's Stage 1. And this standard Advanced Magic Core R. It'll be useful when I begin crafting earnestly. I pocketed it, then picked up the last R-grade box. Without any grand expectations, I unlatched the box. Thud. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light erupted from the opened box. Ha! My eyes widened in shock. Gold here, an SSR grade materializing. Am I seeing things because I'm intoxicated? Boom, 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 dash. A triumphant fanfare followed, and a glove emerged from the box, radiating a dazzling golden light. It was a black leather glove adorned with a metal emblem. Holy shit! Taken aback, I leapt from the bed. An SSR grade and a complete set at that. Startled, I quickly scooped up the gloves with both hands and inspected their details and attributes. What? Lucky Strike. SSR. LV.7. Category Combat Gloves. Attack Power 0.777. Durability 7/7. All probability determinations get a 1% bonus. Today's a lucky day. A gambler. No, you gotta be joking. I slammed the gloves onto the ground. Of all things. Of all the distinct weapons in the SSR grade. So it's the Lucky Strike, the prank item. This flashy glove has a straightforward effect, true to its stats. Indeed, if you're fortunate, you hit the damage jackpot and can fell a boss in a single blow, but if you're unlucky, you register a big, fat 0. The combatant class is already a gamble with its fundamental skills, and if you equip this weapon, you transform into a living, breathing wheel of fortune. It might make for an amusing spectacle during broadcasts, but the character who sports it often meets their end during battles. Because the so-called probability bonus frequently results in minimal damage and consequent death. Where am I supposed to use this piece of shit? I choked back tears of frustration. There's no combat hero, but this weapon is, to begin with, for amusement. It's worthless in actual battles. I can't discard it either. And who to give it to? After some deliberation, I donned the gloves. They're better than the flashy black decorations I was wearing anyway. Or so I thought. Clank. I clenched my gloved hands. They felt extremely comfortable. The SSR grade item had its merits. Ah, well, whatever it is, it is. There's no opportunity for me to wield a weapon on the front line. I'm virtually combat shy. If something occurs, I can hope for a jackpot. Let's be optimistic. Shit. How can I stay positive? Oh. I yanked at my hair in exasperation. There are so many superior SSR equipment items. There's Tear of the Seraph, Life Eater, Heaven's Sign. If only they had materialized, the game would have been a breeze. Why? Of all things, Lucky Strike. So, having scored the golden item, I was so disheartened that I grumbled until dawn before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day. Oh, my head. I woke up nursing a hangover, and it was already noontime. When I sluggishly emerged from my room, all the servants toiling in the mansion bore the dark circles of sleep deprivation. They all seemed to be nursing hangovers too. Your Majesty, have you stirred from slumber? Lucas, positioned at my chamber door, welcomed me with a haggard expression. He seemed fairly hungover, his usually immaculate blonde hair looking noticeably disordered. Are you recovering? You should have rested until daylight. As your knight, charged with your safeguarding, how could I do such a thing? Immediately afterward, Lucas covered his mouth, stifling a retching noise. But I am somewhat spent. If you admit to that, it must be truly challenging. I wondered if there was anything that could ease a hangover. Good day to you both. Ader emerged in the corridor, always so full of vim and vigor. Why? On Ader's tray were 2 cups, steam curling upward from them. Here, this is hot honey water. Have a sip, each of you. Ader handed us each a cup. Such a considerate gesture. Drinking the warm honey water, I felt some relief. I believe I'll survive. Lucas and I drained our cups and handed them back to Ader, who grinned subtly. You're likely weary from the battle and suffering a hangover. It might be wise to rest today. Don't you agree? Can we afford to? We must ready ourselves for the next stage. I slapped my still half-awake face with my hand, rousing myself further. Ader, what's the status of the magic stones we collected yesterday? Can we convert them to currency? They're prepared for sale. However, they might not fetch as much as the Black Spider Legion magic stones did. There would be a variance in the quality of the magic stones, and the merchant's demand might have waned after our previous large influx. It was unavoidable. Oversee the sale. Get us the best deal. Leave it to me. Good. Let's handle the magic stones that way.
Lucas, aidez, accompagne-me.
We've work to do. I ushered Lucas and Ader out of the mansion. Our first destination was the town's blacksmith. As we approached the blacksmith, we could observe them busily pounding on iron and honing blades. A discrete system window surfaced at the entrance. Facility, Blacksmith LV.3. The town's facility level could advance from 1 to 10. With each level increase, various benefits become accessible. At the blacksmith, the array of equipment that can be created expands as the level climbs, and the chance of generating high-grade equipment increases. At level 3, all fundamental functions are unlocked. I need to invest some funds here as well. Even though I'd been spending money liberally after earning some in the tutorial, there were endless outlets for it. I needed to devise a systematic financial strategy. "Welcome, Your Majesty," the head blacksmith darted out. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, I spoke. "I wish to commission the crafting of equipment." There was a heap of items to be made, but I chose to order the most urgently needed one first. "We were concerned you might have forgotten about us, as we've only been working on fixing the walls and defensive weapons of late." As I mentioned crafting equipment, the guild master's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I'll strive for excellence. What type of equipment are you seeking?" "Armor." I presented the Phantom Knight's magic core that I'd procured in the last stage. "Use this as the core for the equipment, and use the finest materials I possess." Needless to say, this armor was destined for Lucas. Lucas would persist as an SSR-grade knight on the front lines. I needed to outfit him with the most robust armor feasible to send him forth with a sense of reassurance. The Phantom Knight was the Legion commander of the Living Armor Legion, and equipment crafted from his magic core naturally came with durability and stamina bonuses. It would make a suitable foundation. "This is a precious material." The blacksmith, holding the magic core, swallowed audibly. "This is the first piece of equipment I'm entrusting to you. I have lofty expectations. We won't let you down." "Excellent, Lucas. Go and get your measurements taken." In the game, once equipment was crafted, anyone could wear it. But this was raw reality. The armor needed to be tailored to Lucas' physique. Lucas, who'd stepped into the smithy to get measured, returned with a radiant smile. "What's behind that grin?"
Im Trillit.
"You're gifting me armor, aren't you?" "I'm presenting it to you because I'll be dispatching you to even more perilous locales, you know? You trust me enough to assign me more tasks in the future, right?" Was this lad always this adept with words? Shaking my head, I departed the smithy. Next, we'll inspect the wall. Together, we steered towards the southern wall. "Wow!" I involuntarily emitted a sound as soon as we reached the wall. The Phantom Knight's enormous black sword was still lodged in the wall. The wall had uniformly crumbled around the point where the sword was embedded. The metal plates were fractured. The bricks had liquefied or disintegrated into dust. At this rate, we won't even keep out wild beasts, let alone monsters. "How long do you estimate the repairs will take?" I asked the stonemason guild master, who was assessing repair expenses from the top of the wall. The guild master shook his head. "The damage is too extensive. To fully repair it, it will take over 2 weeks." "Over 2 weeks? That's merely for repairs. Removing that sword is a substantial task in itself." The stonemason guild master's voice trailed off. "Damn." I briefly clicked my tongue. In other words, it was uncertain how many days it would take to extract the sword, and only after that it would take 2 weeks for repair. I sighed and opened the stage information window. The start time of the next stage was already listed. Stage 2. Time until start. 9 days 20 hours. Not enough. There's not enough time. I felt a headache looming and smacked my forehead. How should I address this? Chapter 26. Free exploration. To the dungeon. Stage 2. Time until start. 9 days 20 hours. The next stage was primed to kick off in just under 10 days. Yet the wall repairs would consume a fortnight, if not more. At this pace, the castle walls would be rendered useless by the onset of the next stage. Soldiers who escaped injury will commence with the wall repairs tomorrow. I instructed Lucas. Expedite it as much as possible. I shall obey your majesty's command. Lucas respectfully lowered his head. I wished to keep the soldiers on full alert, but the circumstances were such. The wall repair work required haste. On that note, what's the current condition of the soldiers' injuries? I didn't receive a thorough report. Roughly 50 have been seriously injured, with around 200 minor casualties. They're all receiving care at the temple. There were scarcely any losses among the regular soldiers. The majority of the combat had concluded during the long-range artillery phase. However, we did lose 4 hero characters. Regardless, we were deficient. As it currently stood, we'd face the next stage with an insufficient army. Ader, what's the status of our troop reinforcements? We're arranging to dispatch soldiers from neighboring cities. The scouts sent to the headquarters should return by tomorrow. So, any substantial progress will only materialize by tomorrow. While I could interfere in other aspects, the reinforcement of troops was beyond my control. All I could do was yearn for the reinforcements to arrive. It would be beneficial if we could recruit a good number of rookie mercenaries in the remaining 9 days.
All right, aider.
Ensure you report promptly if there's any development. Then, Lucas, let's proceed with what we can in the meantime. What can we do? Smiling slyly, I winked at Lucas. We should make for the dungeon. We need to obliterate the source of those beasts. Lucas, his composure slightly rattled, cautiously questioned me. Like the previous occasion, will you utilize the teleport gate to the Black Lake? Precisely, Lucas. But this time, we're heading straight underneath the lake with our team. Under the lake. Straight to the epicenter of the teeming monsters. It was the moment to switch the game genre from tower defense to dungeon offense. Lucas, summon the main team. Still grinning, I clapped my hands together. Finally, it's time for an adventure. In other words, it was time for leveling up and item farming. I rallied the team members. We would rest today, then delve into the dungeon tomorrow morning. It was time to gear up. Soon, everyone responded to my summons and congregated at the Lord's mansion where I was based. I'm pleased you all could make it. Have you had ample rest today? I surveyed the gathered members. Despite imbibing late into the night, everyone was accounted for. The summoned members included myself, Lucas, Damien, Jupiter, and... Why was I summoned here? Lily. Lily instinctively sensed that danger was afoot, her shoulders quivering as she surveyed the room with unease. Didn't you previously assure me that I would no longer be on the front lines? Instead of responding, I allowed a grin to spread across my face. What could I say, Lily? Currently, I could only incorporate 5 heroes into my formation, and your contribution was pivotal. Deciphering my intent from my smile, Lilith's face blanched. Your Highness, I can't move around, remember?
Im Wounded, remember?
I insisted on retiring, remember? Lily gestured energetically towards her wheelchair, highlighting her injury. If I'm this incapacitated, it'll just be a liability wherever you take me. I'll just stay here peacefully and repair the artifacts. I quite enjoyed that work anyway. I'm truly delighted that you find the artifact tasks enjoyable, Lily. You seem to be having so much fun that you could carry on indefinitely. No, that's not what I was implying. I pondered whether to seize this opportunity to secure her on a lifelong contract. I wished to tease the crestfallen Lily further, but I opted to soothe her at this juncture. Lend me your assistance this one time, Lily. I genuinely won't involve you in fieldwork after this. You made a similar promise last time, didn't you? In order to safeguard this city, no, to safeguard all of humanity on these front lines, your strength is indispensable. I emphasized the larger objective, and Lily, finding no more ground to argue, fell silent. Despite being a mercenary who needn't concern herself with such matters. Ugh. All right, but only this time. Thank you, Lily. I turned my attention to Lily, expressing my gratitude as she reluctantly concurred. Are Jupiter and Damien holding up well? Jupiter had incurred an injury in a battle a couple of days ago, albeit minor. Considering her age, was she in good shape? I'm in excellent health, Your Highness. Jupiter lightly tapped her forehead, freshly rid of its bandage. Her recovery had been swift. Good, she appeared robust. Then, Damien is. I pulled a face as I glanced at Damien. I hadn't observed it earlier, but he appeared dreadful. His eyes were hollow and his complexion ghostly. Hey, Damien, are you all right? Are you feeling under the weather? Could this be an adverse effect of excessively using his foresight ability? I'm all right, Your Highness. Damien waved his hand dismissively, then promptly covered his mouth.
Im Meere li hungover.
Hurl. It's not my first experience with alcohol, but it's my first time drinking to the point of oblivion. Hurl. I fixed Jupiter, who had tempted Damien with liquor, with a penetrating glare. Jupiter casually whistled, feigning ignorance. This insensible adult. I believe he'll be all right by tomorrow. Don't fret. Okay, get a good night's sleep. Regardless, it appeared there were no hindrances to deploying the 5-member team. I briefed the party members succinctly. Tomorrow, our team will embark on a slightly remote expedition. An expedition? Yes, it'll delve into the details during our journey tomorrow. Sometimes it's easier to comprehend something by witnessing it firsthand rather than having me describe it 100 times over. Concepts like the existence of a dungeon beneath the lake and its resident monsters, for instance. So, I opted to gloss over these specifics for now. My intention is to depart in the morning and return by nightfall, but the plan might shift. We may need to set up camp. Camping? It sounds like we're heading quite a distance. Lily expressed her worry in a low murmur. Yes, it is indeed a considerable distance. Or it might appear quite close, depending on one's perspective. I'll take care of all necessary provisions and gear. All you need to do is assemble here tomorrow morning, armed and donning light armor. I refrained from detailing the exact destination, the motive behind the expedition, or the route we would be taking. Yet, none of the party members raised any queries. That was comforting. Demonstration often proves simpler than elaborate explanations. Excellent. Let's call it a day. Look after yourselves and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Understood, Your Highness. Until tomorrow morning. Jupiter, offering a crisp salute, was the first one to exit. She guided Lilith's wheelchair, who wore a lingering expression of melancholy, out of the room. I intercepted Damien just as he was about to trail behind them. Damien, hold on for a moment. Yes. Damien, his complexion pallid from a hangover, glanced my way. What is it, Your Highness?
No.
Nothing serious. During the last skirmish, Damien had progressed to level 20 and was now qualified for his first-class change. I intended to verify the outcomes. I had already inspected Damien's progression via the system window. Damien, N. Level 20. Title, None. Profession, Intermediate Healer. Strength 5, Agility 17, Intelligence 14, Stamina 8, Magic Power 12. Perhaps due to his persistent utilization of long-range weaponry like cannons and bows, his stats were primarily concentrated in agility. His stats weren't particularly impressive for an N-class character. And his skills, possessed skills, passive Light of Healing. Skill 1, Light of Detoxification. Skill 2, unlocked after second job change. Ultimate, unlocked after third job change. The passive skill, Light of Healing, is a staple for healers. It enables the healing of allies using the user's magic power. The newly acquired skill, Light of Detoxification, can alleviate various poison status ailments. These were rather typical skills for an N-class healer. However, Damien's role now is that of a sniper. Truth be told, he didn't possess a single skill that would aid in sniping. Yet something is better than nothing. Since our last battle, have you noticed any changes? Perhaps in your skills? I inquired, aiming to confirm if he had properly acquired his skill. In the game, one would immediately gain the next skill upon leveling up, but I was unsure how it would manifest in reality. Yes, I wanted to mention this. As we continued fighting, I experienced a sort of revelation. Damien mimicked a thoughtful gesture, rubbing his fingers together, as he replied, "I've gained an additional healing ability. It seems like I've intuitively learned to operate it, but I haven't actually put it into practice yet. So it appeared that building up combat experience could potentially lead to the acquisition of new skills. Fascinating." I gently clapped Damien on the shoulder. "That ability could potentially stave off death for our party members. Granted, your primary role is now that of a sniper, but make it a point to refine your control over this skill." "Yes, Your Highness." I dismissed Damien to get some rest. I then signaled to Lucas, who had been silently observing from behind me. "Lucas, you should also take today off. No need to continue guarding." But we're venturing into the monster's den tomorrow. You'll need to protect me more effectively then, right? Don't be obstinate. Recharge your energy by resting." Lucas acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. "I will heed your advice." Lucas retreated to his quarters, leaving only Ader and myself. I gestured to Ader.
Aider.
"Prepare the supplies for our expedition." "What kind of provisions should I prepare, sire?" "Preserved food, camping gear, various potions, and..." I listed the most vital items for dungeon exploration. Illumination devices, lanterns, torches. A joyous grin spread across Ader's face. I let out a soft sigh and reiterated, "Anything that can emit light, really?" The following morning, the backyard of the Crossroads Lord's mansion. All 5 members of our party assembled, and I distributed equipment to each. It was a backpack loaded with food and medical essentials. Jupiter, slinging the backpack over her shoulder, arched an eyebrow. "This appears quite serious. Exactly where are we headed?" "You'll discover soon." I guided them towards the teleport gate. Grung. As I laid my hand on the pile of stones arranged in the backyard, the teleport gate sprang to life. With a peculiar humming noise, the stones levitated and spun to manifest a magical portal. Jupiter seemed genuinely taken aback by the true nature of the teleport gate. "This is teleportation magic, isn't it?" "But teleportation magic was lost centuries ago." "How?" "Cough." I feigned ignorance, brushing off her query. "Everything would fall into place during our expedition anyway." I addressed the party members and declared, "From this point on, we'll employ this teleport gate to reach the monster's lair. Our destination lies beneath the Black Lake." Save for Lily, who stood agape, everyone else maintained their composure. It seemed they had all anticipated we were en route to a perilous location. "The kingdom of these beasts lurks under the lake. Our mission is to investigate it and uncover why monsters are emerging from there. This was the ultimate objective of this game. This is the only strategy to put an end to the monster invasion permanently. The obliteration of the monster's origin point. It was time at last to truly embark on the second phase of this game, dungeon attack. Everyone seemed intrigued, but first I engaged the teleport gate.
Teleportgate.
"Please select your destination. Lakeside Pier. Area not yet unlocked. Area not yet unlocked." As was customary, we would first head to the preliminary checkpoint, Lakeside Pier. The magical gateway whirred into motion, bringing the teleport gate to life. I took my place at the forefront of the gate. "This passage leads straight to that lake. We'll fill you in as we proceed. Just follow my lead." "Your Highness, allow me to go first." "Yeah, whatever." Disregarding Lucas' proposal to lead the way, I dove headfirst into the gate. It's secure anyway. Now loading. Tip: hero characters evolve through leveling up. You can advance levels by accumulating experience points, and you can amass experience points from all forms of combat. Couldn't they offer a more valuable tip rather than stating the obvious? I mumbled to myself. But then again, how many of the suggestions that flash on the tip screen are genuinely useful? Chapter 27. Free Exploration No Name. Flash. In an explosion of light, I transitioned through the gate and found myself standing on the well-trodden pier of a lakeside. Before me, the deep blue expanse of the lake flickered. This was the monster's birthplace, a living hell spitting out demons. The black lake standing guard in the south of the world. Flash! Flash! The following party members emerged, their eyes wide as they surveyed the astounding scenery. This place, it's indeed that lake, Jupiter muttered, her voice trembling as she studied the vast surface of the lake. I glanced her way. Seen it before, have you, Jupiter? 20 years ago, when the Imperial forces held their position at Crossroads. They attempted to fill the lake with soil. Fill this enormous lake with soil. It appeared that moronic commanders were not a novelty of the past 20 years. They called upon the entire magic corps, utilizing magic to levitate soil into the lake. But what happened? It didn't fill. Regardless of how much soil and rock we dumped, the lake swallowed it endlessly. An indistinct fear crossed Jupiter's face as she reminisced about the past. Rumors swirled among the Imperial troops at the time, suggesting that it truly seemed to be a pathway to hell. A week into the operation, monsters began to surge out in droves. Eventually, the entire army retreated. The operation was deemed a failure. Jupiter extinguished her cigarette and cast her gaze over the lake. This is the closest I've been since then. You ought to be. I turned my attention back to the party members, because we're about to delve deeper. Despite the lake's foreboding aura, the surrounding landscape was, quite honestly, stunning. However, we were not here for the scenic views, so let's quit marveling at the surroundings. Let's move. I took the initiative with the party members sticking close behind. By the gate next to the lake stood a pier, but no boat. As I strode casually to the edge of the pier, "Do you wish to enter Lake Kingdom?" "Yes." "No." A system message appeared out of nowhere. Of course, yes. "Warning, you will not be able to return until the next checkpoint is unlocked. Do you still wish to proceed?" "Yes."
No.
They even threw in a warning to double-check. Unperturbed, I chose yes again. Did they presume I was a novice at this game? Gurgle. The lake's water parted in a circular motion, revealing a yawning chasm at its center. If the gate we traversed earlier simply led us to the lake, this was the actual doorway to the dungeon. All right, let's dive in. Without further explanation, I was the first to plunge into the lake. Taken by surprise, the party members trailed behind, one by one. Splash! Into the pitch-black lake, where not a shred of light penetrated. I was drawn in. Now loading. Tip: the primary cause of game overs is carelessness. Never lower your guard, regardless of the circumstances. TL note. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Darkness. That was the initial perception. Absolute darkness. So profound that one couldn't see a hand held before the face. A tangible darkness, as if one might grasp it if they stretched out a hand, swallowed our surroundings. Rustle, rustle. A sound echoed in the darkness. The crunch of insects nibbling at something. Rustle, rustle. The noise intensified. The creeping sensation of the encroaching darkness grew stronger. Perhaps it was a mere trick of the mind, but I could swear I felt a breath whispering against my nape. Chills swept across my entire body. "Your Majesty?" Then, from somewhere behind, Lucas' panicked voice rang out. No, was it really behind? Or to the side? The direction was unclear. My senses seemed to float, unmoored. "Your Majesty? Where are you, Your Majesty?" "Over here."
Don't fret.
With a firm voice, I soothed the frantic Lucas. "Everyone, stay calm and light up the area." Moments later, points of light began to flicker into existence. Whoosh, whoosh. Each member of the party ignited and held aloft the torches they carried. Lily, in her haste, summoned a flame spell to fend off the enveloping darkness. She must have been utterly terrified. Rustle, rustle. As the light pushed back the darkness, the gnawing sounds of insects receded. I, too, pulled a source of light from my backpack. My lantern, sturdy in construction. It seemed Ader had chosen this with care. Whoosh! Igniting the lantern and hoisting it high, the surrounding area finally came into focus. What is this? Oh my God, what's this? The stunned voices of my party members echoed in the cavernous expanse, and I swallowed a lump of apprehension as I absorbed the sight that sprawled before us. A vast, weather-beaten stone city teetering on the brink of collapse. This formidable city was submerged at the bottom of a murky lake, and we were standing at its northern gates. The rust-coated iron gate was sealed tight. Rustle, rustle, an ominous ambience oozed from the city. Lucas, swallowing hard, looked at me, his expression taut with unease. Your Majesty, where on earth? This is the submerged Lake Kingdom. It's a dungeon beneath the waves. Gazing at the firmly closed city gates, I let out a mirthless laugh. It's a nest of monsters we'll need to systematically purge. My laugh was laced with tension, a cold sweat forming on the back of my neck. It appeared slightly eerie when viewed in-game, but it was truly terrifying to stand here in reality. It felt as if malevolent energy was flowing from the city itself. Ancient magic enveloped the city in a dome, recreating an environment identical to the surface world. We could breathe, and there were no impediments to our movements. Nonetheless, there was no denying that we were underwater. The undulating surface of the water was visible far above us. Only the faintest traces of light managed to pierce the gloom. Lily, dumbfounded, stuttered. How can such an immense city hide beneath the lake? And how can we move so freely? Quiet! At that instant, Lucas hastily shushed Lily. Someone approaches. Everyone's gaze turned in the indicated direction. Thump, thump. Somewhere in the distant darkness, a soft sound of footfalls echoed. Lucas unsheathed his sword, Damien prepped his crossbow, and Jupiter charged her gloves with electricity. Eek! Only Lily, seized by fear, quaked and tried to retreat in her wheelchair. Hold on, where do you think you're going? I grabbed Lilith's wheelchair handle to halt her. Everyone relax. They're likely not hostile. Thump, thump. As anticipated, the approaching figure wasn't a monster, but a human. A woman, her hood thrown back to reveal a cloak worn with age. She walked up to us, her gaze leisurely assessing our group. Are you treasure seekers who've braved this lake kingdom? Her voice, clear and vibrant, was deceptively youthful. There's nothing here for you. Retreat to the surface while you still draw breath. Down in this abyss, against all odds, we'd encountered a living soul. Stunned, the party froze, but I remained collected. This was a typical tutorial event designed to guide players who had just stepped into the dungeon. In the first dungeon, an NPC leads the way. NPC. Even in this hellish underwater dungeon, there were those who hadn't succumbed, who persisted, sometimes aiding in dungeon exploration, sometimes obstructing it. They might momentarily ally with you, become hero characters, or morph into adversaries. Over 100 such NPCs were dwelling in this dungeon, one randomly chosen to guide the player party to their first base. But she's unfamiliar. Despite having played the game 742 times, ID never encountered her. Does this game even have this NPC? Intrigued, I studied the figure before me. She was a curious woman. To call her ragged was an understatement. She was enveloped in a cloak so tattered it resembled a sack. Her face concealed under a deep hood attached to her cloak. Her white hair was knotted and swept the ground. Her feet were bare, caked with dirt and grime, far from a clean appearance even as a jest. And on her back, she bore a battered long sword, a questionable choice of weapon for her slight frame, and it was in a woeful state of disrepair. In my 742 rounds of Protect the Empire, I thought ID met virtually every NPC one might encounter in the dungeon. But this woman was an entirely new encounter. Tamping down my unease, I stepped forward and addressed the woman. We hail from the surface. Our quest is to eradicate the source of the monsters that emerge here. The woman fixed her gaze upon me. Although shrouded by her robe and tangled hair, I felt the intensity of her stare. The surface world suffers under the onslaught of monsters birthed here. We're here to bring this to an end. The Lake Kingdom's nightmare persists, an unending sleep from which no one awakens. Never. The woman slowly shook her head. Numerous mighty warriors and countless heroes have attempted to break this place's curse, but all have faltered. You will be no different. Do not dare to tread into this place's darkness. Retreat to the surface while you still can, before the abyss engulfs you, before regret drives you mad. Had we been swayed by such admonitions, we would have long since abandoned the game and returned to Earth. But instead of recoiling, I stepped closer to her. I am the Lord of Crossroad, a fortress city opposing the monsters. It is my duty to shield my city, no, humanity, from these beasts. I don't fear the darkness. We must venture into the city and eradicate the monster source. I gestured towards the city's firmly sealed gate. That's why we're here, but the locked gate blocks our entry. If there exists another path, could you show us the way? The woman, who had been silently scrutinizing me, eventually nodded in agreement. It will be intriguing to discern whether your words spring from genuine bravery or pure recklessness. With swift precision, the woman turned and led the way. Follow me. The entrance to the city lies this way. As she confidently disappeared into the shadows, I called out to her. What do I address you as? What's your name? Hoping to glean clues about her identity by cross-referencing the information I knew if I learned her name. However, her reply caught me off guard. I have forgotten my name. Her voice tinged with melancholy. She added, If you must address me, call me No Name. Chapter 28. For nearly half an hour, we trailed behind No Name along the city wall's perimeter. Don't trust an unknown entity so easily. This could be a trap. Lucas had been nagging me consistently, his warnings sounding like clockwork every 5 minutes. Was he a human metronome, his concerns chiming exactly on the 5th minute? It's fine, I told you. Let's just follow for now. I placated Lucas and guided our party onwards. After what seemed like an eternity, No Name abruptly halted. The party members, caught off guard, all came to an abrupt stop, their weapons raised in anticipation. Here, No Name indicated the city wall. On closer inspection, a derelict water facility was revealed. It had long ceased its function, dried out entirely. No Name led the way into the disused drain. Inside here, a path leads to the city. Be careful, it's slippery. We had to stoop low to navigate the narrow drain, and after about 5 minutes, the space expanded. As I straightened my back to examine our surroundings, a system notification appeared, informing us of our new location. Zone 1. The dried sewer. We had finally reached the first zone of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. This area was the convergence point of the city's entire water system. Devoid of any hint of moisture, the maze-like network of drains extended outwards. A constant illumination spell had been cast on the magic stone embedded in the ceiling, brightly lighting up the space. Beneath that magic stone, a mound of stones, akin to the ones found in my mansion's backyard, was piled up. As I approached and made contact with it, the stones began to churn and rise, activating the teleportation gate in the process. Zone 1. The dried sewer connection point has been established. Connection point. It was a monster-free safe zone, typically installed at the starting point of each zone. Once the teleportation gate was activated, we could resume our exploration from this point next time. The standard practice of open exploration was to discover the hidden connection points throughout the city, link the teleportation gates, and repeat the cycle of exploration and return. As Lily confirmed that the teleportation gate had been activated, she implored me, her eyes wide with fright. Can't I return from here? Please. Nope, you can't. Did she think we'd lugged all these supplies and assembled a full party only to pave the way up to here? We needed to at least clear one zone before departing. As I attempted to calm the increasingly panicked Lily, No Name, who had been standing in the distance, spoke with an air of detachment. My guidance ends here. From now on, your path forward must be of your own choosing. Thank you for leading us this far, No Name. After a moment of hesitation, No Name released a deep sigh. I warn you, this lake kingdom is wholly steeped in nightmares. The further you proceed, the darker it will become, and the monsters will grow increasingly formidable. Her usually dry voice carried a note of genuine concern this time. But if you are determined to venture into the abyss, I have a piece of advice. No Name whispered, punctuating each word for emphasis. Never, ever, extinguish the flame. I hope there are blessings on your journey ahead. With those words lingering in the air, the nameless woman slowly receded into the darkness until she vanished entirely. Lucas, who had been observing the nameless woman with a cautious gaze until her departure, mumbled, "What's her story? How does she exist in a city beneath this lake?" Well, at that moment, Damien, who was huddled close behind me, voiced his fear in a trembling tone. "Prince, this darkness feels peculiar. I can't see beyond it with my own eyes. It's as if the darkness itself is alive. But how does that woman navigate this darkness without a torch?" I found myself unable to provide an answer. There were innumerable mysteries in this dungeon, still unknown to even me, someone who had conquered this game on its highest difficulty setting. But there was one thing I knew for sure. We'll encounter her again. We can ask her then. In this underwater domain, our paths were bound to cross once more, whether as foes or allies in whatever circumstance. At our first base, we hastily finished our preparations. We quenched our thirst with water, each taking a morsel from our stock of preserved food. Can I really get home safely? Apart from Lily, who was trembling in fear, everyone else appeared composed. Jupiter tenderly comforted the frightened Lily. "Fret not, miss. I'll ensure your safety." Really? Are you, Jupiter, going to protect me? Of course, just trust in me. Just as I was pondering over Jupiter's unusual warmth, just make sure to compensate me with a protection fee of 1,000 audels. True to form, she was attempting to swindle us. I'll pay you right now. I promptly intervened, stopping Lily, who was on the verge of hastily extracting her wallet. Hold on. Hey Jupiter, stop exploiting this child for money. TSK, you got me. Jupiter grumbled and retreated. This old rogue. Sighing, I reassured Lily.
Don't worry, Lily.
We'll all make it back safely. Is that genuinely true, Your Highness? This is the initial exploration area. In reality, the difficulty is relatively low. Would I have brought you who struggle with mobility if it was too hazardous? After calming Lily, I attentively examined the system window. Zone 1. The dried sewer. Clear progress. Normal room 0 out of 3, boss room 0/1. Acquired treasure boxes 0/2. Zone 1, the dried sewer. Appropriately, the first exploration area was straightforward. A simple dungeon composed of 3 regular rooms and 1 boss room. The path is direct, no need to meander. Commencing from the base, the player must traverse through the dungeon to the exit, which is the boss room. You can bypass the regular rooms by exploiting the system, but the boss room must be cleared through combat. All right, is everyone ready? Once our maintenance break concluded, I surveyed the members of my group and gave a nod of approval. If we play according to our current skills, we should be able to navigate through this without much difficulty. Let's go. We filed into formation and started our journey from the base. Lucas took the lead, with me following closely. Lily, Jupiter, and Damien formed our rear guard. As soon as we stepped out from the base, a crushing wave of darkness descended upon us, churning and restless. The group instinctively lifted their torches and lanterns. The encroaching darkness retreated. Silence engulfed us. Let's proceed, I suggested. We moved at a deliberate pace. Our path led us through a winding sewer, seemingly infinite in its expanse. Even though the place was arid, it gave off an unsettling sensation of dampness. Lucas grumbled as he examined the wall with his torch. A passageway within the sewer, How far does it extend? ITLL concludes soon. True to my word, the pathway did eventually terminate, opening up into a vast chamber, the first room of this exploration zone. The dungeons in this game are typically comprised of rooms and corridors. Rooms harbor unpredictable events like battles against foes, the discovery of items, or encounters with non-playable characters, NPCs. And the inaugural event of this room was creak, squeak, squeak, a skirmish. The instant we stepped into the room, roughly a dozen colossal sewer rats scurried out from the walls, floor, and even from above. Eek! Rats? Lilith's reaction was one of terror. I realized her courage was easily tested. Dried up sewer room 1. Defeat all enemies. LV.3 giant sewer rats. 14 entities. These were level 3 monsters. Their sheer number demanded caution, but individually, they posed little threat. Lucas, hold the front line. Prioritize defense over attack. Simply fend off the ones that get too close. Understood, sir. Damien, target them from afar. Their craniums are robust, so aim for their eyes or throat. Affirmative, Your Highness. Jupiter, Lily. Conserve your magical energy. Attack only those that breach Lucas' defensive line. There was no reason to squander the magical prowess of our spellcasters in this situation. I allocated combat instructions exclusively to Lucas and Damien, while instructing Jupiter and Lily to maintain a defensive position. Lucas unsheathed his long sword and stepped forward, while Damien readied his crossbow. Jupiter and Lily each retreated a step. And as for me, what was my role? Well, simply to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. I reclined, observing with a relaxed posture. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The horde of colossal sewer rats, eyes ablaze with a menacing red, attacked from every direction. In response, Damien released a volley of arrows from his crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, slicing effortlessly through the air, struck their targets precisely, hitting the rat's eyes. Squeak, thud. The body of a rat, felled in a single strike, rolled lifelessly on the floor with a dull thud. Yet, as I had pointed out numerous times, Damien's aim was sharp but not swift. By the time the third rat was felled by an arrow, the rest had already swarmed Lucas. Ugh! With a broad arc, Lucas slashed his sword through the air. Flash dash! With the sword's radiance, the lead rat's throat was sliced open, and it toppled over. Lucas' level was already an impressive 29. As expected of a top-tier character, his stat progression was remarkable. In terms of abilities, the rats were hopelessly outmatched. Flash! Flash dash! Each time the sword's luminescence cleaved through the darkness and flickered, a rat sprayed blood and fell over. The hulking rats couldn't breach Lucas' defensive front, and they sequentially fell to Lucas' sword and Damien's precise arrows. Thus, in a relatively short span, every rat had been dispatched. Lucas flicked the blood from his blade, and Damien, exhaling a sigh, lowered his crossbow. I chuckled. You all did splendidly. It wasn't much trouble, was it? Indeed, it was less stressful than anticipated. Damien responded with a faintly weary smile. The foes we had previously encountered included the Black Spider Legion and the Living Armor Legion. In comparison to those menacing adversaries, these rats almost seemed endearing. Just then, Lucas, who was inspecting the lifeless rats, beckoned me. There are 13 in total, Your Highness. Should we collect the magic stones? No. The grade is low, and there won't be many. Wait a minute. My words halted abruptly. 13? I was positive that the game's info window had specified 14. Chirp dash. In that instant, a shriek echoed from above. Startled, I looked up, locking gazes with the blood-red eyes of a creature plummeting from the ceiling. The final giant rat. It had cunningly used the ceiling's darkness to approach and was now launching itself directly at me. Most likely, it had singled me out due to my lower level. Your Highness! Damn it! Too late! Damien and Lucas cried out in alarm. It was too late for Jupiter and Lily to conjure their spells. The rat was too close to me, If they invoked their magic now, I would be caught in the crossfire. What to do? How should I? Then it dawned on me. I remembered the glove I was wearing. The top-tier luck-based weapon, Lucky Strike. As I thought about it, it was right there on my hand. The situation was dire and my decision swift. Screw it. It was do or die. No matter how strategically you play a game, there comes a point where you must entrust your fate to the toss of a coin. Believing this to be such a moment, I launched my fist forward with all my might. My fist met the rat's jaw and, ding. In that moment, a slot machine interface materialized in the periphery of my vision. What? 3 panels featuring numbers from 0 to 7 spun vertically at a rapid pace, then halted one after another. Ding, ding, ding. And the numbers that were revealed were Chapter 29. 3 panels, each adorned with numbers from 0 to 7, whirled quickly before halting in sequence. Ding, ding, ding. The numbers unveiled were 1, 2, 1, respectively. 121 damage. Crash. The colossal rat that had been grazed by my fist was catapulted back in the opposite direction, accompanied by a thunderous noise. I stood there, dumbfounded, with my fist still poised in midair. But ordinarily, the hundreds place doesn't show up often. It was a lousy item that typically didn't even hit the tens place, only ones. But this time, it landed on the hundreds place, allowing me to defeat the giant rat in a single blow. Your Majesty? Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Lucas, startled, hastened over to me and sighed in relief upon finding me unscathed. But what just happened? How did you defeat that monster in one hit? The giant rat that had been struck by my fist lay squashed at a distance. Lucas, and not just him, but Damien, Jupiter, and Lily too, were all gaping at me in disbelief. I pondered over how to explain this anomaly, how I had obtained this item, and the mechanics behind it, and found myself at a loss. I can't reveal that I receive a box in my inventory from the system's compensation each time I clear a stage, and that this item came from that box. Moreover, how do I explain that this weapon spins a roulette to determine damage every time I use it? So I evaded the truth. It's the Prince Punch. Pardon me? Prince Punch, it's the Prince Punch. Got it. Prince Punch? Royalty can occasionally display superpowers when they're cornered. Sometimes. Yep, the circumstances differed, but the explanation was alike. They should drop it now. The party members didn't seem entirely convinced, but given my reluctance to elaborate, they let it slide. It was pleasant that everyone caught on quickly. We dispelled the confounded atmosphere and promptly moved on to the next chamber. The dried sewer room 2. This room is vacant. The second room was utterly devoid of anything. No monsters, no events, no objects of any sort. However, that didn't mean we should blindly assume it was empty. I instructed the party members. There might be something concealed. Search thoroughly. Despite looking doubtful, the party members dispersed and started scanning the room. Shortly after, there's something here? Damien discovered something. Whoa, as expected of Farsight. I knew I could count on you. I dashed over to Damien's side, exclaiming boisterously. A small camouflage door was positioned on one side of the room. Unveiling the door revealed a petite treasure chest within. Damien, who retrieved the chest, flashed a broad smile. It's a treasure chest, Your Highness. You did well. But be cautious. It could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest. Before I could finish my sentence, Jupiter, who had rushed over, grabbed the treasure chest and hastily opened it. Curse you, you money-sniffing crone. What if it was a trap? Clank. Luckily, it wasn't a trap but a genuine treasure chest. It held a modest collection of gems and gold coins. Hey! Jupiter, who had been admiring the gems with a slight sigh of appreciation, scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Her demeanor seemed a tad more subdued under our collective gaze. Oh dear, I apologize. I can't resist when I smell money. Her gold fever trait appeared to activate whenever she laid eyes on a chest. I rubbed my forehead, sensing a headache brewing. How was I supposed to manage this elderly woman when traps were likely to be a common occurrence going forward? Now, let's return this treasure chest to you. Jupiter handed me the gems and gold coins. Hold on a second, Granny. I saw you pocket a few. I chose to ignore it, collected the gems and gold, and proceeded to the next room. The dried sewer room 3. Eliminate the enemies. LV.5 giant sewer rats. 12. The third room also spawned monsters. Despite the monsters' levels escalating, we managed to slay them all without sustaining damage, thanks to our careful engagement in combat. I don't want to use the Prince Punch twice. While carefully counting the number of slain rat corpses, I made a mental note. If it was up to me, I'd never use it again. Alright, the final boss room is next. Before venturing into the boss room, we took a brief rest. I smiled at my party members as they leisurely sat and consumed their preserved food. If we clear this, we'll return home, so everyone hang in there. Everyone nodded, especially Lily, who was exceptionally enthusiastic, nodding her head vigorously with a determined expression. She really must be eager to get home. After exiting the third room and advancing a bit further down the sewer, a large door emerged. It was undoubtedly the boss room. Exchanging glances with the party members, I patted the shoulder of Lucas, who was at the forefront. Lucas forcefully opened the door. Creak. With a screech that seemed to scrape against my eardrums, the boss room's door slowly creaked open. We filed into the room one by one. It was significantly more spacious than the previous rooms. The sewer pipes crisscrossing the walls were larger and sturdier, and the darkness and foreboding atmosphere enveloping the room were considerably more profound. Above all, the smell of blood. Upon entering the room, a potent stench of blood permeated the air. I instinctively covered my nose. Ugh, what is that? When I raised a lantern to survey the surroundings, I finally grasped the source of the bloody stench. The room was strewn with heaps of rat corpses. They were the giant sewer rats that we had exterminated in the prior rooms. Despite being rats, they were undoubtedly monsters, and hundreds of them lay lifeless. And amidst those numerous rat corpse piles, a rat! There stood a rat, back turned towards us, considerably larger than any we had faced before. Rats, they're unending. In each enormous hand, the gigantic rat grasped a blood-soaked sewer rat. With a forceful swing of its arms, the colossal rat hurled the sewer rats clutched in its grasp like projectiles into the distance. Thud! Thud! Fresh rat corpses augmented the existing heaps of bodies. This colossal rat was undoubtedly the culprit behind the sewer rat massacre in this vicinity. Must exterminate rats. Must annihilate rats. Must purge rats. Purify the lakeside kingdom. Clean. 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 The frenzied voice was undeniably emanating from the giant rat. Shaken by the scene, Damien stammered. The monster. It's articulating human language? Hearing Damien's voice, the colossal rat's ears twitched. What's that? It then slowly swiveled around. There were rats still alive? My party members drew in a breath as they locked eyes with the blazing stare of the colossal rat. The size was genuinely daunting. Its stature seemed to exceed 3 meters, and its fur, drenched in the blood of its brethren, exhibited a dark, red tint. Its menacing teeth and claws were as sharp as blades. I believe this chatty rat may be the boss monster of this locale. As I murmured, there are rats everywhere. Regardless of how many I slaughter, they keep multiplying.
Damrat Bastards.
The colossal rat exploded in fury. Its already monstrous claws extended grotesquely, and its tail, adorned with spikes, scraped the ground. Its blazing stare was nearly radiating light. I'll annihilate you all. With a petrifying roar, the boss monster lunged at us. It charged like a biped, aggressively flailing its arms around. Ding! The system update flashed on cue. I hastily inspected it. The dried sewer boss room. Vanquish the boss. LV.15 Giant Rat Man. Sewer Manager Peleg. Sewer Manager Peleg. That seemed to be the Ratman's designation. I wonder why a Ratman bears a human name. There was no time to muse over such trivial matters. Thump, 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 thump. The boss battle was in full swing, and the giant rat was swiftly encroaching upon us. I must issue a command. I rapidly formulated a strategy in my mind, prepared to deliver instructions to my party members. But before I could issue a command, "Oh, rat!" In a tearful frenzy, Lily unleashed a monumental flame faster than I could issue any instructions. Whoosh! It was the most substantial flame spell I had ever seen Lily produce. The flame was so intense that it made the skin on my slightly distant body prickle. "Oh, it's hot! Eek!" The rat man, charging towards us, was directly hit by the pillar of flame and instantly rolled on the ground wailing. "Don't come any closer!" In the face of such a rat man, Lily persisted in spewing out fire. Fwoosh! 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 Amid the horrific pillar of fire, the rest of the party members stood in awkward silence. Ha! Ha ha! Moments later, Lily, gasping for breath, ceased the fire, revealing a colossal rat that had been charred to a crisp. Crick, creak. Despite enduring significant damage, the boss Ratman was still alive. The brute was still attempting to rise, his eyes radiating a deep red. However, Jupiter was already pointing her fingers at the Ratman. "That's enough, time for a rest." A bright yellow magical energy congregated at the tips of Jupiter's fingers. "Sweet dreams." Kawung! A bolt of lightning from the sky penetrated the body of the boss Ratman. "The rats must be cleansed." As he mumbled his last words, the boss Ratman's face collapsed weakly onto the ground. I murmured in a hollow voice, "That was easy." The boss monster was taken down disappointingly easily by the combined magical onslaught of the two wizards. Like a typical early-game monster, it had virtually no resistance to magic. Had we tried to defeat it using our standard physical attacks, it would have been a much tougher battle. Lily, having confirmed the boss' demise, clung to my sleeve. "We're going home now, right, Your Majesty?" Shortly. But you're kind of terrifying. There are rat corpses everywhere. Isn't that scarier? However, to exit this place, we had to traverse through the heap of rat corpses. We ventured toward the inner part of the room, beyond the mountain of rat corpses and the boss Ratman. Lily simply shut her eyes tightly as Jupiter pulled her wheelchair. Yes, that would be easier for both of them. At the very end of the room stood a large treasure chest. When Jupiter, with her single sparkling eye, tried to rush toward it, I issued a succinct command. "Lucas, restrain Jupiter." "Yes, Your Majesty."
No.
"I haven't done anything yet, Your Majesty." "Hey, let me go. You should respect your elders." "Knight Lucas." As Lucas held Jupiter back, I quickly opened the chest. Boss treasure chests never hold traps. They always contain reward items. What's inside? As I opened the box, a dazzling blue light erupted, and what emerged was, oh, a long sword housed in a rugged sheath. As I peeked inside the sheath, I saw a saw-toothed blade. I scrutinized the detailed specifications. It would be great if it was a valuable item. Chapter 30. Out of the box emerged a long sword, its edges jagged like the teeth of a saw. I withdrew the weapon, carefully examining its detailed specifications.
Drahtkutter, LV15.
Category: Long Sword. Attack Power: 20 to 25. Durability: 25/25. Inflicts an additional 25% damage when attacking rat-type monsters. Let's catch the rats. Catch the rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A certain sewer manager. Was it a consequence of clearing a dungeon infested with those rat devils that the equipment was themed around rats? This could come in handy. I promptly passed the longsword to Lucas. Among all of us, he was the sole character who could wield a sword, so it was the natural choice. "Lucas, this is for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lucas, accepting it promptly, appeared awkward. But I already have my own sword. The sword Lucas originally used was also of our ranking. It wasn't a particularly exceptional weapon worthy of replacing his treasured blade. However, just hold on to it. You'll find a use for it. The unique attribute linked to this equipment could be useful. At my words, Lucas silently sheathed the new sword at his waist. It now appeared as though he was brandishing two blades. As I observed this with satisfaction, I reached beneath the box. There should be another item, right? Found it. My hand latched onto something. As I tugged it out, summon scroll, automatic defense, turret, player skill. A single scroll, shimmering with a magical blue. That's the one, I exclaimed in delight. This was a guaranteed item drop from Exploration Zone 1. In fact, it would be no overstatement to say that I ventured here to retrieve this. Your Majesty, what's that? A magic scroll. Lucas inclined his head, studying the blueprint in my hand. I quietly stowed the blueprint in my pocket. You'll discover what this is soon. Having gathered all the rewards, there was no need to linger here any longer. Okay, time to move out. I gestured toward the back of the box. The door leading out of the boss room stood wide open. Hooray! Lily, her arms spread wide in high spirits, was the first to eagerly wheel herself out. Wait a moment, Lily. Don't stray alone. It's risky. Lucas and the remaining party members quickly followed, and I was the last to exit the boss room. Zone 1. The dried sewer. Clear progress. Normal room 3 out of 3, boss room 1/1. Treasure chests acquired, 2 halves. All clear. I had scoured all rooms and located all treasure chests. First exploration zone completion rate 100%. It was a promising start. With a spring in my step, I ambled along the following corridor. The sewer journey had come to a close. The narrow, damp path led to an expansive area. Zone 2. Hidden Alley. The second exploration region of the dungeon. I had reached the Hidden Alley. From here on, it was the Lake Kingdom proper. The party members who had exited the sewer ahead of me were all standing still. Holding torches in their hands, the members were surveying their surroundings. What on earth is this? Hearing Damien's unsettled murmur, I too began examining our surroundings. Bustling. It was a city street, teeming with life. The lofty buildings rivaled those in Soulback on Earth. Beneath the towering skyscrapers, the roads were impeccably maintained, adorned with intricate patterns and embellishments. Even this mere back alley was so elaborate. A city fashioned by the zenith of magical civilization. That was the identity of the abandoned Lake Kingdom. Yet, not a flicker of light could be seen in this thriving city. No signs of life were apparent. It was cloaked in an unending darkness, motionless as though dead. The city's back alley, paved with 5-colored stone tiles, was also swallowed up by the pitch-black night. A lone street lamp illuminated a corner, providing the only source of light. Rustle, rustle. The soft sound of insects gnawing on something echoed from all around. The noise of the encroaching darkness. Sensing the presence of darkness, the party members promptly readied their weapons. The base is a safe zone. You all don't need to be so on edge. I calmed the party members and moved towards the street lamp. A stack of familiar-looking stones lay next to the lamp. As I laid my hand on the pile of stones, they rotated and ascended, eventually morphing into a teleportation gate. Ding! Connection to the Sector 2. Hidden Alley base established. The teleportation gate was linked. Simultaneously, you cannot proceed to the next area yet. A message appeared indicating that the next area was not yet accessible. I cast a fleeting glance at the alley enveloped in swirling darkness. I had no intentions of venturing further today. If we did, we'd be consumed. Great work, everyone. That's it for today. Clapping my hands, I activated the teleportation gate.
Teleportation gate.
Please select your destination. Backyard of the Lord's Mansion. Lakeside Pier. The dried sewer. Oh, I selected the backyard of the Lord's mansion. As the teleportation gate activated, the magical door gleamed. Standing before the path leading to the brightly lit house, I offered my party members a radiant smile. Time to clock out. Free exploration ended. Leveled up characters. Ash EX, LV.91. Lily, R, LV.21. First job change is possible.
Damien, N, LV.21, 1.
Achieved equipment. Longsword Rat Cutter R. Achieved item. Summon Scroll. Automatic Defense Turret, Player Skill. Dungeon Escape Teleportation Scroll. At the location where Ash and his party had departed. In the darkness enveloping the hidden alley base, a man gradually surfaced. Dressed in the attire of a minstrel and donning a black hooded hat, the man stepped forward. The last player, huh? Cradling the gray flute in his hand, the man whispered quietly. So, it has finally come to this. Squeak. The man breathed gently into the flute, causing the darkness to undulate. Creak, creak. Then, countless red eyes flickered to life on either side of the man, spreading out like falling dominoes. As if a red galaxy, thousands of eyes sparkled in the blackness. Forgive us for our sins. Surrounded by a throng of sewer rats, the man bowed his head. All for the sake of the Lake Kingdom. By the time they made their way back to the crossroads, the shroud of late night had already descended. Whoa! Worn out, Lily slumped in her wheelchair. We made it back alive. You did an excellent job, Lily. As I patted Lilith's shoulder, I scanned the other party members. You all must be weary and drained. Rest well. I'm not sure if we can rest. Jupiter held a cigarette between her lips. To think that a city of such magical civilization is submerged under the lake, swallowed by that darkness. I can't even begin to comprehend what transpired. And above all, that darkness. The tips of the old woman's fingers trembled subtly. That darkness, it was clearly abnormal. Do you have anything more to divulge to us, Your Majesty? All eyes fell upon me. I hesitated for a moment, but gently shook my head. Not now. Even though I had completed the game to its conclusion, the story of the game didn't explicitly disclose why the Lake Kingdom had ended up in its current state. We merely made educated guesses while collecting the scattered, fragmentary clues. But this time I had a hunch. A hunch that I would have to delve into the heart of that city myself and unravel all the truths. So, this was all I could tell the party members. Well, uncover it together as we press on. Jupiter lit her cigarette with a smirk. I don't think I can sleep sober tonight. I'll have to indulge in a drink. Me too. Lily raised her hand. Let's go together, Officer Jupiter. I can't sleep either unless I drown my senses. I don't mind, miss. I'll take you to a worthy spot. The two spirited women departed for the city together. They seemed remarkably close. I'll retreat to the temple. Damien gave me a faint smile. I'm a tad frightened considering that darkness, but I think praying at the temple will grant me some peace. Okay. You did well, Damien. Rest well. The party disbanded. Even though all I executed was a single prince punch, I was utterly drained. Merely visiting a dungeon sapped your mental energy and stamina. Oh dear. Let's head back. We need to rest. Yes, Your Majesty. As Lucas and I retreated to the mansion, he turned to me with a question. Your Majesty, are we not heading back into the dungeon? Huh? We're not going until the next defensive battle. Why? Did he crave to revisit that daunting place often? Well, if they had some spare time, they could send parties to gain experience and farm in already cleared zones. Don't we need to ascertain what kind of monster will attack next? Do we not need to scout like the previous time? Ah, I see your point. Lucas was questioning if there was a need to scrutinize the monster hordes arising from the lake, akin to their actions in the previous stage. At that time, they had preemptively confirmed that they were dealing with living armors. But we've already conducted our scouting. This time, the reconnaissance was already completed. I flashed Lucas a cunning smile when I noted his perplexity. The monster horde that's going to strike next is the Rat Legion. What? Ah! A sigh tumbled from Lucas' lips. Monster legions are overflowing entities birthed from the Lake Kingdom's origin. These monsters that have overflowed first filled up the free exploration area beneath the lake, squirming around, and when they crossed the threshold, they surged out of the lake. These creatures crawled out from the lake and assailed the city. The monsters we encounter during free exploration are the ones we will face in the next defense. Indeed, it seems so, although it is randomly determined each time. Visiting the dungeon in advance gives us knowledge of the upcoming enemy. For the next defense, prepare to confront these rat monsters. Of course, it won't be simple. Nevertheless, they had a reasonable amount of time. While the rats were terrifying, they were simpler to tackle than the living armors. We can handle it. As I tried to maintain an optimistic mindset, I flung open the mansion's entrance. We're back. Is dinner and bath water ready, Ader? Oh my, the Lord is home. Ader quickly scampered out from inside the mansion. We have a significant issue, oh my. Ader appeared flustered. Taken aback, I blinked. I had been anticipating a warm meal and bath water, but when Ader suddenly began shouting, it was startling. What's the matter? Calm down and explain. We don't have reinforcements. What? What did he just say? His words were a piercing stab in my ears, which had stiffened from the shock. From the capital and even from nearby cities. They claim they can't dispatch any reinforcements. But why on earth? Chapter 31. Side story: The Earl of Cross Frontier. Deciding to postpone the report until the following day due to the late hour, I indulged in a meal and took some time to rest. I reasoned that I would only fret the night away if I listened to a problem I couldn't immediately solve. Having spent the entire day engrossed in the dungeon, I succumbed to sleep the moment I lay down. No dreams disturbed my slumber, just a profound sleep. So, come morning, I promptly summoned Ader to the reception room. What do you mean? There are no reinforcements. When I probed further, Ader, who had been anxiously shifting his gaze, responded while watching my reaction. Well, isn't the Empire presently at war with the enemy nation on the Western Front? And, from the Central Command, they're claiming they're amassing troops on the Western Front, pulling all the reserve forces from various locations. Naturally, there are no reinforcements to dispatch to this monster front. I narrowed my eyes. Something was amiss. The Empire was always a nation in conflict. It was incessantly at war with neighboring countries, indifferent of day or night. But suddenly, they pulled troops even from the cities in this southern wilderness, just when I happened to request reinforcements. While something ominously suspicious was afoot, it was a situation where I was powerless to intervene. I'm merely the commander of this monster front. I have almost no authority over the Imperial forces. The most I can do is request support. So, I must rely on mercenaries. What about the mercenaries? Are there any new recruits? Any mercenaries arriving at the Mercenary Guild are being hired without exception. However, not many new faces have turned up yet. Ader's voice trailed off. To begin with, only a few days had lapsed since the last battle. Expecting the guild to be immediately filled with mercenaries was unrealistic. I groaned, nursing a headache, my hand clutching my chin. What to do? Reinforcements were crucial for progressing to the next stage. Just then, Ader flashed me a subtle smile. What on earth? Is there a way to get more troops? Well, there actually is. You should have mentioned that, Margravir. Why were you keeping it a secret? Elaborate promptly. But it might cause you a headache. Is my headache the issue right now? The issue at hand is overcoming the next stage. Say it quickly. Where can we gather more troops? With his subtle smile undimmed, Ader gestured towards the outside of the room. Very well. Then, please follow me. Ader led the way, and I quickly trailed after him. Your Majesty, have you awakened? That's when Lucas, who unusually overslept, finally hastened over to join us. His hair was a tangled mess, this guy. I gave Lucas' disheveled hair a firm pat. Did you sleep well, Lucas? You seem to have had a good rest. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Majesty. The escort knight. What's with the constant apologies? Enough, let's go. Ader seems to be leading us somewhere. The three of us stepped outside the mansion. The morning air was rather crisp, perhaps owing to Margravy Spring. Ader promptly made his way to the stable and brought out 3 horses. We don't have to go too far, but we do have to leave the city. Lucas, who had quickly mounted a horse, asked, "Where are we going now, Assistant Ader?" "To the former lord." Lucas and I opened our eyes wide in surprise. Ader repeated himself. "We are heading to the mansion of Cross, the Margrave." What is a Margrave? Simply put, it's someone who safeguards the frontier. Traditionally, a Margrave was usually a local feudal lord who effectively governed the region. However, a Margrave possesses slightly more authority than a regular Margrave. That's because they're tasked with protecting the frontier from enemy nations, monsters, disasters, and the like. In other words, they're not just local feudal lords, they're also military commanders responsible for the region's defense. From the time people first gathered here at Crossroads, the House of Cross has ruled here. Upon leaving the city on horseback, we headed straight southeast. Ader continued explaining as we rode. The fortress name itself was derived from the name of the Margrave's castle. The Cross family built the road. TL note: the author is trying to be cheeky with the wording. He means that the Cross family were the pioneers, and so, the fortress built upon it was named Crossroad. It's a prestigious family that has protected this place since the fortress was founded. But why would a Margrave give up his lordship here? I tilted my head, not understanding. This place is a remote southern frontier far from the imperial center. Frankly speaking, the Margrave here has more authority than the emperor. The ruler of this land is the Cross Margrave himself. However, he voluntarily abdicated his lordship and asked to be governed by the central authority. This vacant lordship is where Prince Ash steps in, which is the beginning of the game scenario. Giving up the land they've ruled from generation to generation? Why? There were various complicated circumstances. It's better if you hear it directly. Ader flashed a teasing smile, seeming to know something but not revealing it. Oh, come on. Give me a little spoiler. We've arrived. This is it. After about a 30-minute horse ride, Ader stopped his horse. I glanced around, lifting my head. On a hill where a grove of pine trees could be seen in the distance, an old mansion stood. The mansion, with its faded, soft-lit walls, was covered with dense ivy, and its windows were so dusty that you couldn't see inside. It was evident at a glance that it wasn't well maintained. This place was originally built as a country house for the Cross family. The Margrave moved here after giving up his lordship. Do people still live here? Of course. I regularly send necessities here. I dismounted from the horse. Lucas and Ader also followed suit. I cautiously approached the old mansion. Why had the Margrave, who should have ruled this region like royalty, renounced his lordship and taken shelter in such a place? A storm of questions raged on. Just then, as they crossed the mansion's fence and stepped into the courtyard, a worn-out voice cut through the air. "What the hell are you doing?" Taken aback, they turned to find an alarmingly thin old man stepping out from the mansion. His face flushed as he barked out his words. "Do you even know where you are? Just strolling in here." Huh. He was a worn-out old man. His chin was hidden beneath an untidy beard, and his eyes were bloodshot. A powerful stench of alcohol hung about him, suggesting he had been drinking only moments before. The old man brandished an empty liquor bottle in his hand. "Get lost. All of you get out of my house." While Lucas and I stood, frozen in surprise, Ader quickly stepped forward. "Oh, my Lord Margrave, how have you been?" "I am Ader." "Eh? You're our aide, aren't you? It's been a while." The old man's demeanor visibly softened at the sight of Ader. But this Ader, how had he addressed this old man? Lord Margrave? So this drunken old man is the Lord Margrave of Cross? The former ruler of this city? Ader carried on the conversation with the Lord Margrave of Cross. I was worried, so I came to see how you're doing. Is there anything you're uncomfortable with? I'm doing well, but the booze you're sending is a bit sparse. Send one more cart full of booze from next month. Oh my, you're already drinking plenty. If you drink more, it'll severely damage your health. I've already decided to die drunk. Send more without arguing. After a brief squabble about the alcohol delivery, Ader changed the subject. Now, Lord Margrave, more importantly, we have a guest. I've brought a guest. What? A guest? Haven't I told you not to let anyone find me? Just have a little conversation. It's a very important and special person. Ader introduced me with a pointed finger. The newly appointed Lord, His Highness Prince Ashbourne Hayter Everblack. At the mention of my name, Lord Margrave's eyes widened. Lord Margrave and I locked eyes, and I offered a slight bow. Pleased to meet you, Lord Margrave of Cross. I am Ash, the youngest son of His Majesty the Emperor, and the newly appointed Lord of Crossroad. Even if Ash is a wayward prince, he couldn't speak disrespectfully to Lord Margrave. It would be akin to a newly transferred lieutenant speaking casually to a senior officer. So I addressed the Lord Margrave with a somewhat awkward formality. I have come to consult with you. Get out. What? Get out. Didn't you hear me? With a stern face, the Lord Margrave gestured towards the exit. A dark and deadly intent swirled within his eyes. I stood there, bewildered, facing the sudden disrespect from the Margrave. This was crossing a line. The Everblack Empire was founded on a rigid hierarchical system. Regardless of how much Cross, the Margrave, professed to be the practical ruler who had overseen this place for generations, to dare to insult the crown prince at their first encounter? Moreover, to impose a ban on guests? You are insolent, Margrave. Let me remind you of the hierarchy between you and me. Clank. Just as I was about to speak, the Margrave unexpectedly hoisted something that had been resting at the mansion's entrance. It was an immense knight's spear and a shield. Despite his frail, elderly frame, he lifted it as if it was weightless. No need. I immediately backed away. What did the act of wielding a weapon toward a royal family member signify in the Everblack Empire, a strict hierarchical society? It meant he was a reckless madman. And the best tactic when dealing with a madman is to steer clear. This is an eternal truth. Damn it. All of you, get out. Cross, the Margrave, barked menacingly as he raised the tip of his spear. Get out while I'm still asking nicely. Get out. Lucas was about to charge forward in rage, but I raised my hand to halt him. We will visit again, Margrave. I hope we can have a proper conversation then. I led the departure from the mansion. Lucas, with a disgruntled face, and Ader, looking terrified, followed me. As we retreated, the Margrave continued to holler at our retreating forms in a raspy voice. Don't dare to show up again. Leave me in peace here. Understand? Cross, the Margrave. Full name, Charles Cross. He had never actually featured in the game, Protect the Empire. However, I remembered that old man because he was the father of Evangeline Cross, the strongest defender in the game. Evangeline was one of the most sought-after characters among the SSR heroes appearing in Protect the Empire. Her extraordinary capabilities made her an essential acquisition for players, consistently ranking among the top 5 most desirable characters. I desired her so intensely, I thoroughly scoured her profile, searching for any clues about her recruitment conditions. There were no hints in her profile, but it did contain the name of Charles Cross, Evangeline's father. Thanks to that, I remembered, I have to somehow deal with that drunken old man. Having been expelled from the mansion, I was deep in thought. Addressing the shortage of troops is crucial, but it might also aid in recruiting Evangeline. As with other SSR-grade hero characters, recruiting Evangeline was a challenge. Her appearance rate was low and the success rate of recruitment was likewise low. Even in my most determined attempts, I hadn't managed to secure Evangeline. But here was her father. Perhaps if I play my cards right, it could trigger a recruitment event? Crossroad was now visible in the distance. I glanced back. But how is that old grouch going to help us solve our troop problem? Ader was quick to answer. Lord Cross has his own private army. They're elite soldiers, loyal only to him. If you could sway Lord Cross, his private soldiers would follow you, greatly helping our troop shortage. You'll have to find a way to persuade him then. However, Lucas appeared skeptical. Do we really need to involve such a wild character? Plus, as a local, he could potentially disrupt your rule in the future. We need him regardless of the potential issues. We could tackle problems as they arise. Right now, survival was paramount. But how do I even begin? He didn't even let us hold a proper conversation. There is a method. Oh? What is it? Ader, wearing a self-satisfied grin, made a gesture like he was holding a drink and taking a gulp. There's a way to cozy up to a drunk. His meaning was unmistakable. I muttered an expletive under my breath, spitting out a harsh word. Damn it! I had hoped to lead a simple, diligent life, but this world just wouldn't let me be. Damn it all. Chapter 32. Side story, The Earl of Cross Frontier, 2. Late that day, I once again found myself on the doorstep of Lord Cross Mansion. Lord Cross, are you home? With a vigorous thump on the outer door, I stepped into the mansion's garden. Almost instantly, Lord Cross appeared from within the mansion. Don't you cherish your life? I made it clear. Stay away from me. As Lord Cross was on the brink of pointing his spear at me, he abruptly let it drop. His eyes had landed on the little card ID brought with me. What's that? What do you think it is? I smirked and yanked back the cloth that draped over the cart. It's your all-time favorite. The cart was chock full of alcohol. The bottles, basking in the warm glow of the late afternoon sun, shimmered like grains of white sand on a beach. Lord Cross, taken aback, continually shifted his gaze between me and the bottles. The character ID taken over Ash was a real mess. Truly a debauched prince who indulged in rivers of wine and mountains of meat. A walking disaster. Such a man wouldn't have ventured into the countryside without ample supplies. Naturally, Head brought plenty of premium alcohol along. But I had no fondness for drinking. Therefore, there was no need to hold back. I gathered all the costly drinks that Ash had painstakingly transported from the capital. Let's share a drink, Lord Cross. I grabbed a bottle from the cart and gave it a little shake. The luxurious bottle housed a beautiful, golden liquid that swirled around within. The sweet sloshing sound echoed in the air. To a seasoned drinker like Lord Cross, it was an irresistible proposal. Gulp. Lord Cross' dry throat managed to swallow. I shrugged and returned the bottle to the cart. If you're not interested? No. Who said I wasn't interested? Lord Cross flung open the doors to his mansion. Come in, Your Highness. Bring everything. Easily appeased, I wheeled the alcohol-laden cart directly into the mansion. Oh crap! I involuntarily muttered a curse as I took the first step inside. From the entrance right through to the interior, discarded bottles littered the floor. Good grief! I cupped a hand over my nose. Given the amount of piled-up, uncleaned bottles, the air was thick with the scent of evaporated alcohol. It was almost nauseating. This isn't just a drinking problem, it's alcohol poisoning. Avoiding the carpet of discarded bottles on the floor, I found my way into the mansion's kitchen. Lord Cross pulled out 2 cups from a cupboard. It's been ages since I drank with someone. Taking the cup offered by Lord Cross, I suspiciously eyed the bottom of the glass. Is this glass clean? The house may be a mess, but the glass needs to be clean. It's a matter of respect for the drink. Uttering some peculiar doctrine about alcohol, Lord Cross snatched the bottle from my hand. Well, let's see what kind of alcohol you've brought. Margrave Cross' eyes bulged as he read the label. Peacemaker Inaugural Royal Whiskey. Good heavens. This is incredibly rare. Peacemaker was the reigning emperor's middle name. Hence, it was a liquor concocted to mark the year the emperor ascended the throne. Furthermore, it was a specialty product, crafted right from the royal distillery. It wasn't merely the taste. The drink bore a deep symbolic significance. In essence, it was damn expensive. I've gifted you such a pricey drink, so start showing me a bit more respect. The message would resonate without having to spell it out. Margrave Cross cast me a complicated, contemplative look before uncapping the whiskey bottle without a second thought. The golden fluid filled our glasses. Then, too, I lifted my glass to propose a toast, but Margrave Cross was already bringing his own glass to his lips. I awkwardly lowered my glass. Margrave Cross downed the whiskey in a single swig. Wasn't it a bit strong to drink like that? Was he all right? Phew! With a look of admiration, Margrave Cross studied his now empty glass. Truly a marvel. The smoothness is unparalleled. Can you fully appreciate it when you're knocking it back that fast? To fairly compare it to the cheap liquor I normally swill, shouldn't I swill this one too? That's the only way to give an honest assessment. Damn, my knowledge about alcohol is limited, so I can't tell if his logic holds water or not. Regardless, I wasn't here to chat about booze today. I quietly placed my untouched glass down. Anyway, Margrave, today we need to.
Don't switch subject.
Interrupting me, Margrave Cross refilled his glass. Just drink up and leave. If you have something else to talk about, you can leave. Then at least provide me with some nibbles too. This soused old geezer was just pouring pure alcohol into his belly. In response to my grumbling, Margrave Cross begrudgingly opened a cabinet and pulled out a small bag. Here, eat this. What's this?
Dried fruits.
They're from the fruits harvested from my own orchard. The bag was filled with finely diced, dried fruits. I took out a piece and scrutinized it. Was it a mango? Or a grape? You have an orchard? Just over there. Can you see out the window? It's right behind this mansion. It's a tiny plot. I tend to it as a hobby. All right, I'll try it. Spit what? I spat it out as soon as I put it in my mouth. What's this? It's extremely bitter and sour. How are you supposed to eat this? To spit out the fruits I've painstakingly grown and harvested, that's rather rude. Margrave Cross, wearing an offended expression, also bit into a piece of fruit. Asterisk spit asterisk what? And he promptly spat it out. You can't eat it either. This tastes like absolute rubbish. Even if it's fruit I've grown, this is just junk. Margrave Cross hastily swigged his liquor, swished it around in his mouth, and tossed me a bag of dried fruits. Here, a gift. Take it. Why would you give me something even you can't stomach? If I could eat it, I'd have kept it for myself. Why would I hand it over to you? It's simple. True? His logic was undoubtedly warped, yet strangely compelling. I grumbled under my breath and pocketed the bag of fruit. After all, it was a gift from the previous lord, right? I couldn't exactly just toss it aside. Margrave Cross sighed as he gazed at the remaining fruit in his hand. Crossroad is nestled at the southernmost edge of the continent. The sun beams brightly, the soil is fertile. There's no land better suited for fruit cultivation. So, why does it taste so bad? Not just fruit, but all sorts of crops too. If you simply tend the field, it rewards you abundantly. His next words caught me off guard. If only the monsters wouldn't invade. Ah! The monsters ravage the fields and slay the farmers, which is troublesome. But when they die, they spew their corrupt magical energy onto the land. Do you know what that does? A bitter smile crossed Margrave Cross' weathered face. The whole region becomes tainted. Any crops grown there wither and die. The land becomes cursed. Margrave Cross stared at his drink with a complex expression. Golden liquor, brewed in the royal court, from grains and fruit that couldn't be grown in this region. That's why there are no fields around Crossroad. What good is sunlight and fertile soil if you can't grow anything? Even your hard work becomes worthless after a single invasion. This place is cursed. It was in the past, and it will be in the future. I gestured towards the window. So why do you keep the orchard? Doesn't everyone harbor at least one regret in their life? The old man looked towards the orchard with a far-off gaze, then closed his eyes and emptied his drink. That orchard is my regret. We sat in silence until the bottle was drained. I can't even get a decent buzz anymore. Margrave Cross grumbled, spinning the empty bottle around. I pulled out the next bottle from the cart, uncorked it myself, and refilled Margrave Cross' cup. Margrave, do you know why I'm here today? Margrave Cross shot me a sour look. Didn't I make it clear that I wouldn't talk about anything else? Kick me out if you want. But I need to tell my tale before I leave. Thud. After filling the Margrave's cup, I placed the bottle on the table and began to speak. The monsters are becoming restless again, and it's not on a small scale. The last invasion consisted of 1,000 living armors. We managed to fend them off, but our walls were severely damaged, and our ranks of soldiers are precariously low. We're in dire need to bolster our ranks. Margrave Cross remained silent as he listened. I persisted. Margrave, I require the soldiers under your command. I don't command any soldiers. I came knowing there are mercenaries within your household. I have friends, true, whom I've chosen, trained, and battled alongside all my life. Margrave Cross exhaled a heavy sigh. But when I relinquished my role as lord, when I cast aside my spear and shield, those friends also laid down their arms. Now all of them have retired. I implore you, summon them once again. That would be in vain. Gulp, gulp. In a single swig, Margrave Cross emptied his cup and slurred his words. This land isn't worth the defense. What do you mean? No need to waste lives defending a front that's meaningless. Better for everyone to flee. From time immemorial to the present. The men of the family, who had sworn to protect this land, were now advocating for its abandonment. I was stunned by his words and fell silent for a moment. Tell me, Your Highness, why did you venture to this land? Margrave Cross gazed at me and coldly uttered his words. Everything on this land is just wilting. There's no hope or future here. This is advice from me, someone who squandered his life protecting this place. Leave here, quickly, before the curse of this land ensnares you. What had transpired in this old man's life? What had led him to renounce everything he had dedicated his life to? I yearned to ask him and hear his answer, but Margrave Cross turned away and waved his hand dismissively. You must take your leave now. I'm too weary for further discourse. I sensed this was the end of our conversation for today. I slowly rose from my seat. I will return, Margrave. I promise to bring better side dishes next time. The Margrave neither responded nor turned to look at me. He just stared out the window at his orchard. After a final glance at the old man's profile, I left his manor. As I stepped outside, Lucas was waiting with the horses. Your Highness, were you successful in persuading him? No, I failed, but I did receive a gift. The gift was inedible dried fruit, but a gift is a gift, right? Isn't this a significant stride? I shrugged and climbed onto my horse. Well, not everything can be resolved in a single day. So you plan to keep visiting him. If I succeed, I can recruit a seasoned squadron that has battled monsters all their lives. The effort is worthwhile. As I began to head back to the city with Lucas, a question surfaced in my mind. By the way, what happened to the Margrave of Cross? He seems to have gone through something significant. Lucas, do you know anything about it? No, I have no idea either. Lucas, like me, had lived his entire life in the capital of the empire before being exiled to the south. We had no way of knowing the detailed circumstances of this place. Ader told us to hear it directly from the Margrave himself. Ugh. Ader didn't seem inclined to spoil anything. Damn that director. Anyway, persuasion is one thing. We need to do what we can in the meantime. Do what we can. Repair the city walls, prepare for war. No matter what cards I held, the monsters would come. All I could do was kill them as efficiently and effectively as possible. Looking out at the distant city, I muttered to myself as if making a promise. Let's return to Crossroads. There's much to do. Chapter 33. Side story: Things I Can Do. The next day dawned. As soon as the first rays of light sliced through the morning haze, I departed from the mansion. My plan was to supervise the preparations for our upcoming defensive clash by making a complete tour of Crossroads. The city walls were my first stop. There, I found the laborers glistening with sweat, toiling since the crack of dawn. They were all clearly putting their heart and soul into their work. "Ah, Your Highness!" The leader of the stonemasons' guild, who was supervising the repair work, acknowledged me with a bow. I reciprocated with a slight nod. "How is the repair work coming along?" "We just succeeded in extracting the giant sword that was stuck in the wall." Following the guild master's direction, I saw fragments of shattered metal strewn around. The Phantom Knight, the boss from the previous stage, had wedged his immense sword into our wall. At last, we had managed to dislodge it. Today, we aim to clear all the debris and kickstart the actual repair work on the wall. No need to get rid of the sword remains. I motioned towards the open field beyond the wall. Scatter them in front of the wall. They'll serve as an effective barrier. The next wave of monsters was anticipated to be a swarm of rats. The sword fragments would provide a fitting greeting for these tiny pests, perfect as a rat deterrent. My eyes traced the part of the wall from where we had removed the sword. The impact zone was dreadfully damaged. The internal metal structure was bent out of shape, looking akin to a twisted candy cane. "How long until the wall repairs are complete?" At my inquiry, the guild master hesitated a bit. "Your Highness, although you've arranged for extra workers and the soldiers have been aiding the repair work, we've discovered additional damage to the wall post the sword's removal. The situation is grimmer than we initially estimated. The walls of Crossroads were designed robustly to ward off monstrous threats. They were built with a skeleton of interwoven iron rods, around which stones were stacked. Metal plates were then layered on top. This was the height of imperial construction technology. Thanks to that, our walls boasted an impressive level of defense, even against the Phantom Knight's massive sword. A regular wall would have caved in and crumbled. However, the complexity of the construction meant repairs weren't as straightforward as stacking a few stones. Cut to the chase. What's the projected timeline? Approximately 10 days from now. 10 days. Couldn't help but sigh. There was just over a week left until the next stage. Time was running short. Could we cut it down to a week if we inject more resources and manpower? I was ready to invest as much manpower and funding as necessary if it would help us gain more time. But the guild master decisively shook his head. There are limits to what just extra manpower and resources can achieve. It's a tough call. Surely, there are some aspects that could be expedited with additional resources? Well, if we can bring in more workers and materials, and work round the clock, we might be able to shave off a day. If we can save a day, that means we could save 2 days, and if we can save 2 days, we could save 3 days. I knew it was a tall order, but I persisted. I'll provide the manpower and materials. No matter what, complete the wall repairs within a week. The rationale behind my bold demand was straightforward. Enemy information, Stage 2. LV? 3 bodies. LV.5 giant sewer rat. 3,251 bodies. It wasn't a misinterpretation, nor was it a misjudgment of what I saw. The enemy's data popped up as soon as I concluded the free exploration, offering this bewildering display. 3,000. Those rats, comparable in size to the large dogs I encountered during the free exploration, amounted to a staggering 3,000. Sure, their level was only 5. They were just oversized rats that even the average soldier could dispatch without much trouble. But there were 3,000 of them. Even run-of-the-mill animals, if gathered in a swarm of 3,000, could reduce a city to ruins. Let alone these beasts which were far from ordinary. The walls must stand. The walls had to be fixed at all costs. Without the walls, fending off such a horde of monsters would be an impossible feat. I gripped the guild master's shoulder, who was sweating bullets due to anxiety. He responded with a heavy nod. Understood. Well, give it our all. I gave the guild master's back a comforting pat. Thank you. Your hard work and everyone's dedication won't be forgotten. Surveying the laborers, I amplified my voice. Come on, we're tasked with protecting the world. Let's throw everything we've got at it. I'm heading to the alchemist's workshop now. After descending from the wall, Lucas and I proceeded towards the city's alchemist workshop. The day was becoming increasingly hectic. Oh my, Your Highness! You graced us with your presence. You're here, Your Majesty. Upon reaching the workshop, the alchemist guild master and Lily came out to welcome me. As I entered the workshop, I immediately got down to business. What types and quantities of artifacts are currently under repair? We're first focusing on 5 of the simplest artifacts. Also, 3 artifacts used in the previous battle have been put back for adjustment. Halt all ongoing tasks and begin repairing the artifacts I will specify. The plan had been to fix the easiest artifacts first. But considering that the upcoming adversaries were over 3,000 sewer rats, it seemed more practical to choose and repair the artifacts that would most effectively eradicate the rats. I received the list of artifacts stored in the storage. Looking over the list, the items useful for the next battle are 3 flame-throwing artifacts. Prioritize the repair of these. It was a basic R-rank artifact that spews fire. Nothing was more effective against those rat pests than fire. Since there were 3 in the warehouse, I instructed for all of them to be repaired. After these priority repairs are completed, revert to repairing the artifacts you were working on before. Understood, Your Majesty. As per my command, the workshop commenced the repairs of the flame-throwing artifacts immediately. While the guild master was directing his subordinates on various tasks, I pulled out the next item. And this, I produced a blue magic scroll from my pocket. The item I held was the summon scroll, automated defense turret that I had found in a dungeon during my last free exploration session. Do you recognize this? What is this? The guild master of the Alchemists Guild squinted at the scroll in my hand, his face slowly morphing into a look of awe. Could it be an ancient summoning spell? Yes, specifically, it's a scroll to summon structures. Summoning magic. In the context of the game, it was a skill only players had at their disposal. This was one of the few aspects where the player, who usually let game characters handle combat, could directly influence the gameplay. There were 2 primary categories of summoning. First, the summoning of defense towers that could be placed on structures. Second, the summoning of boss monsters that the player could control directly. Even though one could only summon one entity at a time, the impact was significant. With a defense tower, a player could set up a network of overwhelming firepower, and boss monsters could be used to decimate enemy creatures. The conditions are quite stringent, though. To use the tower summoning magic, one needed to get their hands on the summoning scroll and then hand it over to the alchemist's workshop for deciphering. The tower summoning scroll was a guaranteed drop. By rigorously undertaking free exploration, you could accumulate them one by one. However, the research costs were steep, and the process took quite some time. At least the initial summon, the automated defense turret, had a lower research complexity, allowing it to be utilized relatively soon. The path to summoning boss monsters is more daunting. Upon their death, boss monsters would drop a summoning scroll, but this was an exceedingly rare occurrence. While you could utilize this without any research, the downside was that it was a one-time use item. However, the effect was guaranteed. Unlike a defense tower, it could be summoned anywhere. I was worried that my player abilities wouldn't translate since I've been transported into the game, but luckily they do. This summoning magic, strictly speaking, wasn't a part of a character's abilities. It was a power of the game system itself. It's fortunate that I can use it as is, but it also makes me uneasy. Am I a character in this game or a player? Or could I be both? As I was lost in my thoughts, the Alchemist's Guild Master, holding the scroll, looked utterly bewildered. Where in the world did you find such a treasure? I couldn't exactly tell him it's a guaranteed drop from a dungeon crawl, so I simply shrugged it off. That's not important. Can you decipher it? Certainly. Although it's written in an ancient script, it still falls within our magical domain. I can absolutely decipher it. That's encouraging. I request that you do so as promptly as possible. Once the wall repairs are finished, I want to deploy the summon from that scroll. Understood, Your Highness. I won't let you down. The Alchemist's Guild Master was bowing excessively, clutching the scroll to his chest. This was a relic housing countless extinct technologies, so his zeal to study it was understandable. And for me, his diligence was mutually beneficial. After watching the Guild Master scamper off to his office, clutching the scroll, I flicked my index finger towards Lily. Lily, come over here. Lily moved toward me, her face a mask of fear. Why are you doing this? Your Highness. She seemed jittery, possibly worried that I'd burden her with another perilous task. I offered her a comforting smile. No, it's just, thank you for your hard work. I'm counting on you moving forward. I do have a task for her, just not at the moment. After proffering Lily a gratuitous handshake of reassurance, as she stood there immobilized, I exited the alchemist's workshop with Lucas. You're scheming to have me undertake another weird task, aren't you? Something dangerous, right? Your Highness. Your Highness. Lilith's outcry faintly reverberated behind us.
I'm sorry, Lily.
But that's the reality of being a public servant. Temple. As soon as I stepped foot into this marble edifice located in the city's northern region, a whiff of disinfectant stung my nostrils. I didn't announce my presence. Instead, quietly moved further into the temple. Patient in bed number 3 is critical. We need more potions. Holy water and bandages too. The interior of the temple was lined with beds, with the injured laid out, receiving care. Rank, our healer Saintess Margarita, alongside other priests, was tending to the wounded with a hectic pace. Among them was Damien. I observed Damien from a distance as he sweated profusely while administering healing magic. Looking more at ease than when he was piercing enemies with a sharp gaze, Damien's tranquil demeanor, now changing the bandages of the injured, seemed fitting. There's nothing more I can do here. I quietly slipped out of the temple. In their own ways, everyone was battling for survival. Everyone in this temple was fighting to preserve lives. As their leader, I must exert my utmost. I tightened my grip. Annihilate the monsters, safeguard the people. That's my responsibility. Let's go. The Mercenary Guild is next. Understood. Lucas and I left the temple and charted our course for the Mercenary Guild. Approaching the Mercenary Guild located in the heart of the city, I took a deep breath before the entrance. May the Mercenary Guild brim with promising talents. I whispered a silent prayer and forcefully swung open the door. There's a new character. However, shit, I already have this one. The once vibrant Mercenary Guild was absent of any promising new mercenaries. Instead, Jupiter, radiating a mesmerizing purple aura, sat alone, nursing a drink. I was thrilled. Thinking a new SR rank character had surfaced, I clutched my aching head. Why was this old lady here again? Jupiter ambled over to me and offered a salute. I reciprocated with a nod. What brings you here, Jupiter? Do I have a home or any savings? I have no place worth calling home, so I've been living off the guild. Quite the braggart, aren't you? You could build yourself a house with the salary I've given you. What does a mercenary need with a house? We're not meant to settle down. Jupiter's lips curled into a cunning smile. Living where the wind takes us, going where our hearts lead us, splurging on good food and drinks. That's the ideal mercenary life. So you've decided to stake out here? I'm officially discharged. I can't stay in the Empire's barracks, can I? And would I want to share a mercenary dorm with youngsters? The inns are too run down for their price. I realized that arguing would only waste my breath. Shaking my head, I scanned the empty guild. It seems there are no promising new comrades around. It's too soon to be disappointed, Your Highness. Jupiter merely shrugged. I rolled my eyes. Did this old woman have a hidden trump card? Who am I? I spent 30 years in the Empire's army, and I've been in the mercenary game for years. Am I not the comeback hero, Jupiter? TL note. Not sure how to translate. It basically means someone who is portrayed as a powerful and influential figure capable of changing the course of events or achieving victory against the odds. And so, comeback hero? What of it? This old lady has actually quite a few connections. Wearing a mischievous grin, Jupiter declared with conviction, I've been spreading tales all over the continent, that the new ruler of the monster frontier is of royal blood and isn't afraid to splash the cash. Chapter 34. Side story, don't bother saving the world. I'm stirring up talk across the continent. The fresh lord of the monster frontier is from the royal family, and he's not stingy with his gold. Jupiter proclaimed with a sly smirk. And once word gets around, the mercenaries will start pouring in. It was uncharacteristic of her to take the lead without being asked. If rumors circulated that Crossroad promised handsome salaries and amiable work conditions, it would indeed draw mercenaries from every corner of the continent. Interestingly, in the game world, looking after the welfare of mercenaries did speed up their recruitment. For now, it's the pay, but it'll need to look at other factors gradually. It wasn't an immediate concern, but something I'd have to factor in eventually. Jupiter nonchalantly shrugged, her gaze sweeping over the vacant guild. However, it will take a good week for the gossip to truly take hold. The outcome wouldn't be instant. Likely, new mercenaries wouldn't appear until the next level. Yet, in the long run, the rumors would indeed serve us well. I nodded in agreement. I'm relying on you, Jupiter. Spread those whispers far and wide, and welcome the newcomers. Consider it done. Jupiter sauntered back into the guild, choosing a seat at the bar. She reclined comfortably, lighting up a cigarette. So, you'll be hanging around here for a bit, spreading the word. Do what you will. Without uttering another word, I left Jupiter to her devices. She was showing consideration in her own way. As a mercenary, she was only required to work as much as she was paid. I decided to appreciate her gesture. Even though her treating the guild as her personal living room and idling around was somewhat vexing, after completing a circuit of the city. Upon my return to the mansion, I delegated several tasks to Ader. In particular, I emphasized investing all available manpower and resources into mending the city walls. Your command is my wish, my lord. Ader promptly sprinted off towards the marketplace. He had to sell the freshly quarried marble, acquire labor and materials. He would be swamped for a while. Let him have a taste of the struggle. The city began to stir. There was an infectious vibrancy radiating from the bustling inhabitants. Yet, despite the city's lively atmosphere, I felt a pang of unease. This place was a fortress city, a front line erected to hold back the monster hordes. If the city was bustling, it signaled the impending onslaught of monsters. The next stage was closing in swiftly. Later that afternoon, southeast of Crossroad, the residence of Margrave Cross. Margrave. It was early spring, but the southern region was unusually warm. My clothes were drenched in sweat from pulling a cart loaded with liquor all the way here. Wiping my forehead with the back of my hand, I shouted out again. Margrave, are you home? Squeak. The door of the aged mansion creaked open. Before long, the sour gaze of an elderly man peeked through the gap. I've returned, and this time I brought snacks as well. I revealed the contents of the wagon to him. A ham carved from the rear leg of a pig, a wheel of cheese, and several bottles of booze. I offered a knowing smirk to Margrave Cross, who was practically salivating. Let's share a drink. Somehow, I had to win this old man over and secure the Cross family's soldiers for my cause. This was a business drink, not leisure. Days passed in this routine. I spent daylight hours overseeing the fortification repairs, and when night fell, I journeyed to Margrave Cross residence to share drinks. Our interactions didn't involve much conversation, just the mutual exchange of drinks. The defense lines were steadily reinforced while my liver took a hit. I wondered how much time I'd invested in pickling my own insides. After 3 days of our silent drinking ritual, Margrave Cross finally broke his silence. "Do you have someone you hold dear?" Caught off guard by his sudden question, I sat wide-eyed in surprise, drink halfway to my lips. I was taken aback not just because he'd chosen to speak, but also because the question was so unexpected. "Excuse me?" I asked if there's someone you cherish. As I froze, unable to answer, Margrave Cross let out a chuckle. "Looks like there isn't." "Well, yes. Even if there were, it would be my business. I wouldn't be sharing it with him. Consider it carefully. Is there truly no one?" Margrave Cross' persistence prompted me to give it some thought. "Someone I love?" Back on Earth, before I began streaming the game, I was alone. I hadn't known love from anyone, nor had I given it. I merely existed, alone. Then, I started streaming, and as my audience grew, I started receiving affection from countless viewers. "We love you. Big Brother Retro Addict. Heart fluttering. How much should I donate for you to twerk?" It'll start with 100,001 Happy Face 7. "You failed the mission, so strip as an apology, please hurry." As I recalled the perverse remarks in the chat from those masquerading as fans, I paled. No, that was a unilateral expression of love? They weren't the people I cared for. Even after giving it due consideration, I couldn't pinpoint anyone. I shook my head. "There's no one. You've lived a sparse life, young man. Seems like a strange judgment coming from you, living as you do. Isn't it you who's living in seclusion, drinking alone in your house?" "Ah!" Margrave Cross chuckled, a bitter sound. I scoffed in response. "So, Margrave, is there someone you cherish?" I did. Margrave Cross responded without hesitation. "My wife. The only person I loved in my lifetime." He looked every bit the part of the hardened soldier, yet he was surprisingly sentimental, this old man. But his following words rendered me speechless. "She passed away 3 years ago. She was mauled by monsters right here in this orchard. All I could offer her was a funeral with an empty casket." The silence that followed was stifling. I found myself speechless as Margrave Crossroad drained his glass and poured himself another. Having refilled his glass, the Margrave began to speak again, his voice a slow rumble. "There's an age-old superstition passed down through generations to the rulers of this land. Some call it a curse." "A curse? A moment arrives when you must choose between this city and someone you hold dear." His tone was so even. It was as if he was recounting a quaint fairy tale rather than a dreadful curse. There were no exceptions. From my countless forefathers to my grandfather to my father, no one escaped this curse. And then my moment came. Margrave Crossroad raised his trembling hand to his lips, taking a sip of his drink. For the past dozen years, monster attacks had been sparse. The city was peaceful, but the downside was dwindling profits. The city's financial situation was deteriorating. I had to find a new way to generate income. He began to narrate his moment. That's when my wife made a suggestion. "Let's cultivate the land south of the front line." Outside the fortress? The land north of the line was already saturated. The barren lands to the south were certainly alluring. Monster encounters had been rare, and magical contamination of the land was minimal. It seemed worth trying to cultivate. So I expanded the farmland southward. Refugees, drawn by tales of fertile land, poured in, and the occasional monsters were easily driven off. For a while, things went well. Margrave Crossroads struggled to swallow his drink. This orchard was set up at the farthest southern point of those pioneering farmlands. As the Lord's wife, she took the lead in the most perilous location, planting trees and tilling the soil. Margrave Crossroad cast a blurry gaze out the window towards the orchard. I recall the taste of the grape she placed in my mouth with her dirt-stained hands. The fruits harvested here during the first year weren't much to look at, but they were the sweetest I'd ever tasted. For a while, I harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps we wouldn't have to hunt monsters any longer. Maybe we could make a living by tilling the land and harvesting the fruits. Maybe these peaceful days could last. A bitter smile crossed the Margrave's face. Of course, it wasn't to be. Gulp, gulp. Having drained his glass in one go, the Margrave continued his tale, his voice hushed. It was during the second year of pioneering. We received an alert that 100 sizable monsters had breached the frontline base and were approaching the city. I rushed back to the city. My wife, tending the orchard, waved me off, telling me to take care. The Margrave stared into his empty glass. Only upon reaching the city did I discover that they had split into two groups. A dozen monsters had split off from the main force and attacked the pioneering farmland. The monsters' main force was already assaulting the city, and I was faced with a decision. Would I rescue my wife in the pioneer settlement or safeguard tens of thousands of citizens within the city? Margrave cross-aged eyes met mine. What do you think my choice was? You chose the city. Indeed, as our family has done for generations. Bound by duty and tradition, I chose the city. I sealed the city gates and repelled the monsters. After a few grueling hours of combat, we managed to drive them back. But when I raced back to the settlement, Margrave Cross had dutifully carried out his role. The fields were ravaged. The pioneers had perished. Hundreds of lives taken by just a dozen monsters. This orchard, and my wife, shared the same fate. In the process, he had lost what mattered most. The weak defenses of the pioneer settlement against the giant monsters? The overly ambitious expansion of the front line? Yes, those were my mistakes. But what haunts me most is that pivotal moment when I chose the city over my wife. Gulp, gulp. Margrave Cross methodically refilled his cup and drank. The ritual was a mechanical repetition. My daughter called me mad. She could never comprehend why I chose the city over her mother. A few days later, my daughter departed from this place. In the end, this is the outcome of my life spent defending this place. My wife is gone, my daughter has left, and am here, withering away in solitude. I could only observe the shaking, frail hand of the old man, a mix of emotions clouding my eyes. This is just a cautionary tale, young lord. Thud. Margrave Cross, having drained his glass, set it down on the table with a sigh. You're aware of what they call the front line here, aren't you? A city upon a grave, is it? Indeed. This damned city, built atop death, will also force a choice upon you. Margrave Cross raised his wrinkled finger, pointing directly at me. There will come a time when you must sacrifice what you hold dearest to protect this city. It didn't feel like a curse, but more like a prophecy. It felt like the inevitable consequence of a series of actions being predicted. Our family has borne that sacrifice. My grandfather, my father, and now me. But no more. Margrave Cross closed his eyes tightly. I refuse to pass this cursed responsibility onto my daughter. I understand. Then it began to make sense to me. I slowly nodded. Margrave, you relinquished your position to avoid passing on the lordship to your daughter. That's correct. Margrave Cross conceded calmly. I wish for my daughter to escape from this cursed land, this damned duty, and live a peaceful, joyous life. SSR-rated tank, Evangeline Cross. The character I was hellbent on recruiting, Margrave Cross was equally determined to have her retreat from the front lines of this place. Your Highness, you asked for my aid in safeguarding the city, didn't you? Margrave Cross grumbled in an exhausted tone. I've defended the city enough, even at the cost of what mattered most to me. I need to stop now. In Margrave Cross' eyes, mirrored in the glass of spirits, there was no lingering pride of a man who had guarded the front lines for his entire life. I yearned to draw my last breath here in this orchard, not atop the battlements. Instead, There swirled the regret of a man who couldn't stand by his wife's side in her final moments. That should clarify why I'm not inclined to assist. I'm being candid out of gratitude for your company thus far. Now be on your way, and when that moment confronts you, make a wise choice. Margrave Cross, raising his glass in a toast, chuckled bitterly as he poured the remaining bottle into his empty glass. Don't live a life filled with regret, like I have. Chapter 35. Side story, Don't Bother Saving the World. 2. The sincere efforts to repair the wall had reached their 5th day. 2 days remained until the stage was set. Fantastic work, everyone, I shouted as I ascended to the site of the wall repair. Take a breather and grab some food. Trailing me, the Lord's mansion servants climbed onto the wall, distributing refreshments and snacks. The folks who had been laboring over the wall repair erupted in cheers. Hooray, grub time. Classic, Your Highness. You've got perfect timing. But, Your Highness, where's the liquor? Quiet down, you rascals. Eat and get back to work. I hollered, which caused everyone to chuckle and snag their share. They all chatted animatedly, quenching their thirst and munching their snacks. I observed the scene from a distance. Though time was pressing, humans aren't machines. Without suitable rest, efficiency takes a dive. How are the repairs progressing? I queried the Mason Guildmaster as I offered him a beverage. Accepting the cup with gratitude, the Guildmaster beamed. Thanks to Your Highness' generous supply of manpower, we'll luckily meet the deadline. The wall repair should be wrapped up in 2 days. Indeed, I had exhausted all the manpower I could amass. I had rallied all the laborers I could hire, even employing all the soldiers in the city. As you can see, the foundation has been fully restored, and we've installed new steel frames. Now we just need to lay bricks and attach steel plates, and the repair will be done. Excellent work. I once again lauded the Mason Guildmaster and swiveled around. Among those tailing me was the Alchemist Guildmaster. You've been patient enough. Let's get it installed today. At my words, the Alchemist Guildmaster's eyes lit up as he drew a blue magic scroll from his pouch. At last, we can use this. A summoning magic scroll. A valuable artifact capable of setting up a defense tower, which I procured from the previous dungeon exploration. I intended to install it as soon as the foundation repair was done. Now that it was nearly finished, it was time to try setting it up. I received the deciphered scroll. Then, a system window popped up before me. Summon scroll. Automatic defense turret, do you wish to use it? Yes/no. Naturally, yes. Whoosh. As I chose yes, the scroll in front of me ignited, leaving behind blue flames. Blue particles surged from the remaining flames and permeated my body. Ash, EX, has acquired a player skill. Summon magic. Automatic defense turret. Score. The automatic defense turret is mine. With a contented grin, I beckoned the Mason Guildmaster standing behind me. Mason Guildmaster. Yes, Your Highness. Could you collect the materials I'm about to list? They're all in the vicinity. No problem at all, Your Highness. Just give me the command. Shortly after, the materials I requested were stacked atop the wall. Stone and fragments of steel frame, various bits and pieces left over from construction scattered about. This should suffice. Since I only needed to meet the exact quantity of the ingredients, there was no need to fuss over quality. The final ingredient is a magic core of R grade or higher. I drew out a standard advanced magic core R from my bag, an item I had won from a previous reward box. With this, all the ingredients were assembled. The location, maybe right here will do. Summoning magic. Automatic defense turret. All necessary materials have been prepared. The level of the summon is the same as the level of the character who summoned it. Moreover, you can only maintain one summon at a time. Please specify the location to install. The system window exhibited the entire wall like a 3D blueprint, pinpointing locations where the turret could be installed. From these, I selected the nearest location. Perfect spot.
Kukugunk.
All the stacked materials in front of me levitated at once. Not only the craftsmen who had been observing, but also the laborers and soldiers, were taken aback and stepped back. Clang! Bang! Thud! The lifted stones and steel rods shattered into tiny pieces and then rained down onto the wall, coalescing into a single structure. It's like a game of Tetris. I mused to myself while observing the process of the small pieces fitting together to form a large mass. It was truly captivating. In just a few minutes, the construction of the automatic defense turret was finalized. Gazing up at the completed gigantic turret, I wore a gratified grin. Everyone gathered around gasped in awe, marveling in unison. The design evoked images of a naval gun mounted on a World War II battleship, from the absurdly massive gun barrel to the sturdy gun mount. Magnificent! I found myself clapping. Even without dining, I savored a fulfilling sense of satisfaction. This is the lost magic architectural technology from hundreds of years ago. The alchemist's guildmaster standing behind me uttered in a stupor. I nodded in agreement. I'll fetch more scrolls in the future, so please research them. At my remark, the alchemist's guildmaster bobbed his head enthusiastically. Ha, if you enjoy being directed like this, you might end up shedding some tears later. Everyone, thanks to you, our defenses are becoming more robust. I gently tapped the automatic turret in front of the onlookers and flashed a playful smile. I'm counting on your continued dedication. Oh dash! Everyone cheered in unison, lifting their drinks and snacks. The atmosphere was quite lively. I hope it remains this way moving forward. The blacksmith's shop, the heat billowing from the furnace was intense. Wiping the sweat accumulating on my forehead, I ventured in. Is it ready? As I inquired directly, the blacksmith's guildmaster bowed in my direction. I was simply awaiting your arrival, Your Highness. The guildmaster showcased a set of armor perched on an armor stand. Here it is. It was a suit of metallic armor emanating a translucent blue glow. I gulped and painstakingly assessed the intricate details of the armor.
Phantom Armor SR LV.30.
Category Armor. Defense 50 to 55. Durability 12/12. The wearer's physical resistance is boosted by 33%. The wearer gains the Wraithform ability. This armor was forged from the mana core of the Phantom Knight, a reward I garnered from the previous stage. The defense was decent, and the options were well adapted. It boasted substantial physical resistance and even the Wraithform ability. Wraithform LV.1. For 5 seconds, you become impervious to interference. All attacks become ineffective, but the user also can't attack any other targets. In essence, you transform into a ghost for 5 seconds. You're immune to any damage, but conversely, you can't strike either. This proved to be more advantageous than I initially assumed. I'm not fond of the durability being as fragile as a glass bead. Despite its respectable stats, the armor's durability was critically low. If not maintained meticulously, it could shatter in the heat of combat. Lucas. After thoroughly inspecting all the options, I signaled Lucas. Lucas, brimming with excitement at the sight of the completed armor, promptly scurried over to my side. I smirked and presented the armor to him. Try it on. Yes, Your Highness. Lucas eagerly accepted the armor and proceeded to don it, reappearing a few minutes later fully kitted. Phew! I caught myself whistling instinctively. The armor, when displayed on a stand, differed greatly from when worn by a knight. The moment Lucas adorned it, the armor's magnificent design became remarkably pronounced. How is it? Is it comfortable? There's nothing better. Lucas, clenching his gauntlet-clad fist, beamed. I will use it to the fullest, Your Highness. That's the spirit. I specifically ordered it for you. Ensure it's well utilized. I added a dash of grandeur. Ahem. I nodded appreciatively at the blacksmith guildmaster. Thank you for crafting such exceptional armor. I'm honored to have worked with such high-quality material after a long hiatus. The guildmaster bowed deeply. The pride radiating from his eyes as he gazed at the armor was palpable. Please entrust us again, and well strive to exceed your expectations. Your frequent orders are most welcome, Your Highness. I will certainly do so. The blacksmith's crafting tools are instrumental for conquering the game. Naturally, I'd be a frequent visitor. Having already settled the costs and charges for the armor, Lucas and I exited the blacksmith's. The blacksmiths bid us farewell with respectful bows. Let's head west of the fortress. As I perused the final agenda of the day, I beckoned my valet. We have a crucial event to attend. That evening, on the western plains of the fortress. Boom! Rumble! A sorrowful cry resonating in honor of the fallen filled the air. A funeral was underway, a memorial for the soldiers who had fallen in the last stage. Newly crafted coffins were blanketed with earth beneath orderly arranged tombstones. The casualty count from the last stage hadn't been exorbitant. I found myself conflicted, unsure whether to deem the stroke of luck as a blessing or a curse. Hymns reverberated through the air, and priests blessed each grave with holy water. I inclined my head in respect at each freshly dug grave. Events had unfolded in quick succession. Post-funeral, I found myself atop a hill, the cemetery sprawling beneath me. Rows of graves, marking the final resting places of those who fell under my command, formed a grim tableau. Phew! A sharp, biting wind whipped past. I wasn't a smoker, but for a fleeting moment, I thought I grasped why some might seek solace in the habit. Allocating a significant chunk of the city's budget to funerals. An elderly voice echoed from behind me. Surprised, I swiveled around. Moreover, setting up post-death grants. Quite the princely magnanimity. Margrave Cross was slowly making his way towards me. I'd expected him to be holed up in his dilapidated villa all day. Yet here he was, traversing the distance on his own. Cross clucked his tongue at me, a twinkle of surprise in his eyes. But this place is a monster front line, young lord. Lives are swept away as effortlessly as debris in the rainy season. There will come a time when such benevolence won't suffice. Momentarily at a loss for words at the former lord's sage advice, I deftly changed the topic. Did you trek all the way here to impart that wisdom? Or have you run out of booze? There's never enough booze. Sometimes I even come to buy it myself. But today I bear another reason. Standing beside me, Margrave Cross observed the graves with a detached gaze. I sought out my former soldiers, old comrades, asking if they'd rally in defense of the city. He was referring to the veteran members of the Cross lineage. Without thinking, I swallowed. And? What was their response? They all agreed. They would once again stand guard over the city. Unconsciously, I raised both my hands in victory. Hooray! This is the most heartening news I've heard in a week, Margrave. With this, our troop shortage issue was swiftly resolved. Margrave Cross gave a slight nod, observing my celebration with a detached air. I don't know how much assistance those old friends can offer, but they're currently gearing up. They'll transfer command to you. Handle it wisely. They're all as old as I am. Thank you very much, Margrave. Truly. When Margrave Cross obstinately refused to lend aid, I thought I was cornered. But he extended his support voluntarily. Truth be told, I was taken aback, but deeply appreciative. There's nothing to thank me for. Extend your gratitude to your new allies. Still, Margrave, your words kindled this flame. Thank you. I seized Margrave's hand and shook it with vigor. Margrave gently extricated his hand, appearing slightly awkward. That appears to be the extent of my assistance. Margrave Cross stared at the city with a distant gaze in his eyes. Preserve the city well, young lord. I wish you fortuity. Thanks for your support, Margrave. I'll strive to do my utmost. I responded with a mischievous grin. I'll be seeking your sage advice periodically. Advice? Just keep me flush with alcohol. Out of concern for your health, I'll make sure to send an abundance of medicinal herbs instead. Blast it. If you're planning on sending me things of that sort, don't bother at all. With a grin, Margrave Cross tossed a casual wave my way and began his journey southward. He was likely returning to his orchard. Part of me yearned to keep him here. Despite his advanced years, Margrave Cross was a seasoned commander who'd spent his life safeguarding this front line. His expertise would undoubtedly be invaluable in our defense efforts. But he had already sacrificed too much in this city. Therefore, I found myself unable to hold him back, choosing instead to silently observe his dwindling silhouette. I comforted myself with the thought that I'd have more opportunities to engage in discourse and garner counsel as a lord in future. Little did I anticipate then, that next time would never arrive. Chapter 36. 2 days had passed. The dawn of stage start day arrived. At long last, the city wall repairs were finished. There were many areas where we had to hurry because of time, but it should hold up as a city wall. I laid a comforting hand on the shoulder of the Mason Guild leader, whose head remained bowed. You've done well, you've really worked hard. The morning sun rendered the newly refurbished walls with a radiant glow. Reflecting on the vast amounts of resources and funds used to mend these walls, I couldn't help but feel a deep respect. Clank, clank. Among them, the newly installed automatic turret moved its barrel with a menacing noise. I stroked the massive barrel as one would a puppy's chin. Felt dependable. We have ample resources. On the city wall, arrows and cannonballs were stacked high. We had more than enough to perforate dozens of monsters. We've also bolstered our ranks. I spotted soldiers inspecting their armor and weapons on the wall. The Twilight Brigade. These were the warriors of the Cross family, who, alongside Margrave Cross, had defended the city for a lifetime. Their original number was around 1,000, but the Margrave's retirement had scattered most, leaving around 300. This isn't just any group of 300. It was not merely 300 soldiers. They were veterans more familiar with this front line and more skilled at slaying monsters than any other. In a time where every single soldier was a godsend, this was the most valuable reinforcement I could hope for. I decided to reward all of them with a generous weekly bonus. We've also completed setting up the kill zone. We'd upgraded the wooden fence wall, also known as the kill zone, which directed the movement of monsters. Further, we'd strewn numerous minor barricades and traps on the path to the southern city wall. The city wall was armed with a plentiful array of revamped artifacts, cannons, and ballistas. We are ready, I declared confidently. Come on then, monsters. During the countless resets and game replays, over 700 times, I'd never been as prepared as I was now. Confidence surged. I felt certain that I could navigate the stage flawlessly, even in the face of unexpected variables. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a scout on horseback rushed into the city wall. He was part of the scouting party dispatched the day prior. News from the scout base. The soldier's voice echoed across the walls. The monsters are on the move. Simultaneously, a faint tremor stirred beneath our feet. A thick dust cloud billowed up in the not-so-distant horizon. It signified the approach of the monster vanguard. I called up the stage information window in front of me. Enemy information, Stage 2. LV? 3. LV.5 Giant Sewer Rat, 3251. Start time, 10 minutes. The battle would commence in 10 minutes. They're almost here. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes, sir. My shout was met with a unanimous response from officers, including Lucas. Reassuring, aren't they? Their unyielding presence lifted my spirits. I allowed a faint smile to tug at the corners of my lips. That was when we completed our final military check and braced for the looming battle. Ha! My brows knitted in puzzlement. My gaze had been cast towards the south, a silent question lingering in the air about the impending arrival of the rat horde. From a distance, just beyond the horizon, a figure stood. I rubbed my eyes, second-guessing my sight, yet the vision persisted. Someone was there, leisurely stationed on the southern plains, where the rat creatures were expected to overrun soon. A man, dressed as a bard, his pointy hat casting a shadow over his face. "What's up with that guy?" Lucas joined me as I continued to peer anxiously. "Why the troubled expression, Your Highness?" "Lucas, do you see that person over?" I had turned to Lucas, but as my hand stretched back towards the south to indicate the figure, I noticed, the bard in the pointy hat had vanished. Beside me, Lucas appeared baffled. "I don't see anything, Your Highness." "Damien!" I beckoned Damien hurriedly. He had been tinkering with his crossbow on the other side and now dashed over. "Did you summon me, Prince? Do you see anyone over there?" Damien surveyed the area I was pointing at, but eventually gave a slight shake of his head. "I see no one, Prince." If Damien didn't see anyone, it meant that there truly was no one there. A shiver slithered down my spine. Did I see a mirage? I hoped that was the case. But what if I hadn't been mistaken? What if someone had indeed been there? What was he doing? A foreboding sensation swept over me as a faint sound resonated. Thud, 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 thud. The ground started to vibrate. "They're here." With clenched teeth, I directed my gaze back towards the south. Thud, 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 thud dash. A sea of gray unfurled. The colossal swarm of 3,000 rats finally came into view, surging from the south towards the city. Despite the distance, the stink of the sewer and the reek of the plague invaded my nostrils. My fist clenched tightly around my sword. I must stay composed. Regardless of their number, regardless of whether I had witnessed a mirage, there was only one task for me. Halt them. We had prepared to the best of our abilities. All we could do now was slay as many monsters as possible. Thud, 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 thud dash. The forefront of the rat swarm advanced towards the wooden fence wall of the southern plains. I raised my voice and hollered out, "Artillery squad, ready to fire." The artillerymen ignited their cannons in synchrony. With a determined sweep of my hand, I ordered, "Fire!" Boom! Bam! 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 The thunderous sound of firing engulfed the air. Whish! The shells that sliced through the air eventually plummeted to the ground after a long arc. Boom! Raising a plume of dust, the shells decimated the front line of the rat horde. Enemy profile stage 2. LV? 3 units. LV.5 giant sewer rat. 3,154 units. Kill count. 97. Close to 100 rats were blown apart by the first volley. Yes. Surveying the fragments of the now shattered monsters, I pumped my fist. Annihilate them. These rat scum were nothing but statistics. Nothing remarkable. Bang! Crash! A wooden barricade was positioned in the open south of the fortress. The creatures faltered as they encroached along the barrier, their maneuvers becoming clumsy. We rained crossfire upon them. This was the killing field. The front line of the sewer rats couldn't evade this maze of death, and the kill count escalated dramatically. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they're bunched together. In essence, if we unleash area attacks, we can wipe out a lot in one go. About 30 minutes had lapsed since the onset of the battle, and not a single rat had managed to escape. Enemy profile stage 2. LV? 3 units. LV.5 giant sewer rat. 2,327 units. Kill count. 924. Already, nearly 1,000 sewer rats had been obliterated amidst the crossfire. I was slightly apprehensive because the quantity of creatures was immense, but it seemed we had no issues at this pace. The moment I began to breathe easier while watching the lifeless rats being pulverized within the kill zone. Rumble. Ha! One segment of the wooden barricade wall started to tremble.
Squeak, squeak.
Accompanied by the shrill squeals of rats, giant sewer rats began crawling over the barricade. Taken aback, I swiftly hoisted my telescope to survey the area. Damn it! The interior of the wooden barricade was filled with rat carcasses. The remains of the deceased piled up so much that they overflowed the barricade wall. The rat legion behind them began to evade the fence by clambering over these corpses. Squeak dash, just like water overtopping a dam. Within an instant, they overwhelmed the barricade and began to flood out of the kill zone. Shit! I inadvertently let out a swear. Even if the kill zone was to collapse quickly, I assumed it would occur after we had eliminated more than half of them. I hadn't anticipated that they would scale the wall because too many corpses had accumulated. I hadn't even thought of it. We're still okay. I hastily directed the artillery unit to adjust their targeting and readied the ballista unit. We have a considerable distance from the kill zone to the fortress wall, and it's littered with all sorts of obstructions. We can secure a lot more time. However, I neglected one aspect here. Thump, thump, thump dash. It was the speed of the sewer rats. Those that spilled out onto the open plains were repulsively quick, and their size was merely about that of a large dog. In other words, thump, thump, thunk. The large, slow-moving bolts from the ballista simply couldn't hit their marks. Damn rat devils! We are missing! The soldiers swore and continued to bombard with cannon fire and arrows, but, striking the surging horde, that was spreading across the expansive field like a wave, was no simple task. Squeak, squeak, thump, 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 thump. The nimble, small-sized rats twisted and turned their bodies, dashing across the field. Apart from the sporadic cannon blasts and the occasional arrow that luckily struck a target, they were closing the distance with almost no hindrance. Huff! Whoosh! Whoosh! Damien, standing by my side, tirelessly discharged his crossbow. The arrows from Damien's bow did manage to topple some of them, but it was far from sufficient. Naturally, I expected that the rats would reach the fortress walls. At this pace, far more rats than I anticipated would arrive at the walls. Just then, it occurred. Hum! Clink! A beautiful, hefty mechanical sound echoed. Boom, 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 boom. With a gratifying firing noise that resonated in the ears, dozens of turquoise magic bullets were discharged. The magic bullets tore across the ground like soaring arrows, and large explosions erupted from the direct hit areas on the field. The magic bullets swept across the area like a lash. The rats in their path were instantaneously turned to dust. What an unexpected turn of events! I turned to the side, my face showing a near-moved expression. There I saw a thick-barreled structure moving with a clinking noise. The newly summoned automated defense turret. I tapped the heated barrel with my fingertips and gave a nod of approval. Indeed, auto turrets are the best for tower defense. Though the genre of this game leans more towards character defense, still anyway, the automated defense turret continuously dispatched clusters of magic bullets like a whip. The shower of bullets, reminiscent of a bullet hell game, effectively swept away the rats. But it could not cover the entire battlefield, and the rats numbered in the thousands. Rats still streamed in beyond the range of the automated defense turret. Moreover, the automated defense turret, having used up all its ammunition, entered a reload sequence. Naturally, a gap appeared in the core of our defenses. Thump, 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 thump. The rats were now pressing towards the center of the fortress walls. Chapter 37. Far too many. An overwhelming quantity. As I observed the tsunami of rats surging towards the castle wall, I swallowed my dry saliva. It felt as though I were standing on a seafront rather than a wall. A seafront that was on the verge of being assaulted by a turbulent, rolling tide. Squeak! Squeak! The gray wave of beasts hurtled towards the castle wall and splintered upon impact, akin to a wave crashing against a sea barrier. This was due to the concentrated barrage rained down from the wall. Fire! Launch dash! Soldiers, soaked in sweat, shouted continuously. Then, a deluge of cannonballs and arrows gushed outward. Boom! Bang! Thud! 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 The rats were consumed by explosions and skewered by arrows. They were small and swift from a distance, making them challenging targets. But as they approached the wall, our hit rate with cannons and arrows surged. And that wasn't all. The barricades were denser around the castle wall. The shards of the Phantom Knight's greatsword, which had been lodged in the wall and then extracted, played a substantial role. The sight of rats slipping on the metal fragments and tumbling was quite something. Not bad, not bad. But I moistened my parching lips with my tongue. We retreated the front line too quickly. The neutralization of the kill zone occurred too swiftly, and the rats crossed the plain to reach the wall too rapidly. Far faster than anticipated. Even if the neutralization of the kill zone was unexpected, it was my error not to properly gauge the speed of these four-legged creatures. Damn it. Nonetheless, the defense is holding up. I scanned the wall. Though the rat monsters arrived at the wall in an instant, the soldiers kept their cool and intercepted them individually as trained. Thanks to their experience from the previous stage and the inclusion of battle-hardened veterans, the situation remained manageable. Pull yourselves together, rookies. Put some backbone into it. Don't exhaust yourselves too early. We've got hours to go. Go drink some water. You're discouraged because you missed with that damn cannon? Even a net shot can push the monsters back. Keep firing. The veterans were doing a fantastic job coaching the young mercenaries. Even without my issuing detailed commands, they were effectively combating the rats on their own. And as for our party members, left defensive line. The net is too low. What are you doing? Aim properly. Lucas was overseeing the front line. While I managed the overall front line, Lucas issued detailed orders based on my directives. Even when I, who was still unfamiliar with the mercenary techniques in this world, issued vague instructions, Lucas perfectly understood them and provided precise commands. What a proficient protagonist. Clang. Whoosh. 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 Damien was picking off targets. Slowly but surely, he was penetrating the heads of rats nearing the wall. Damien's strength lies in long-range precision shooting, and while that skill becomes slightly less prominent in such a mass battle, it remains helpful. Even diligent, steady kill counts mattered. Hang in there. Gravity artifact number 1 will be down in 3 minutes. Please prepare gravity artifact number 2. Lily was overseeing the gravity artifacts at the scene. She raised her voice, bustling about. Her actions seemed to declare, "Look, I'm putting in the work, but
I'm sorry, Lily.
No matter how much you protest, if necessary, you need to be at the front line." It appeared Lily glanced at me with a desperate gaze, but I deliberately looked away, ignoring her. Finally, in our main party, the last member was Jupiter. Wow, everyone's working so hard. She was lounging. On the makeshift bed set up inside the fortress, she had stretched out her legs. When told to rest and wait, she was indeed resting in absolute comfort. Is this her bedroom? Oh dear. My back aches when I try to gather magic power. Oh dear. When I shot her a reproachful glance, Jupiter pretended to be in pain and clutched her back. I left without uttering a word. What can I say to such a precious magician? Damn. Pull your weight later, Jupiter. Of course. Jupiter, who winked with her single eye, started sipping a drink through a straw. I truly dislike this old woman. In any case, thanks to the efforts of everyone but Jupiter, the front line was tight but well maintained. Thud, 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 thud. Especially the power of the automated turrets was unmatched. Despite the drawbacks of swift ammunition consumption and lengthy reloading times, they exhibited supreme power when activated. Low-level, weak creatures like rats could be entirely exterminated in hordes. Ah, so adorable, ah. I lovingly patted the automated turret that had entered its third reloading phase. Keep up the good work. In front of the fort, the bodies of the rats piled up, forming a small hill. I nodded, looking down at the horrifying yet satisfying sight. If it continues like this, we'll complete the stage with ease. Could we finally achieve a flawless victory? Just when I was entertaining this peaceful thought, something occurred. Something flickered at the edge of my vision. Surprised, I redirected my gaze in that direction. A man dressed like a bard with a conical hat stood there. On the southern horizon, no doubt about it. Standing motionless, He observed the fortress, the front line where rats were charging. So, I wasn't hallucinating earlier. I activated one of my traits, map creation. The traits I brought to this battle were attack totem, defense totem, and map creation. This was a trait I brought along to get a precise understanding of the battlefield when it gets chaotic, and I used it without hesitation now. I had to find out who this mysterious figure was. A sprawling dot map unfolded before my eyes. I scanned the spot where the man in the pointed hat, the bard, stood. Exclamation point. Typical monsters were denoted by a red diamond shape. Boss monsters were flagged with a red skull. And the bard in the pointed hat, he was indicated by a red circle. A circle represented an NPC character. Red signified he was an enemy. Damn it! Profanities spilled from my mouth without thinking. I had finally pinned down who my adversary was. An antagonistic NPC intruding? Stage 2? During the course of the stage, various events unfold. These variables brought life and excitement to the game. Hostile NPC intrusion was one such event. Whether it was an NPC from the dungeon beneath the lake or from another kingdom at odds with the Empire, all sorts of jerks tried to obstruct the progression of the stage. But now it was only stage 2. It wasn't the time for such occurrences. Damien! There was no game director to question about the game design. I quickly called out to Damien. Damien, who was loading the next bolt into his crossbow, promptly came to my side. I pointed towards the south with my hand. Do you see that man? This time, Damien spotted him too. Damien nodded his head. Yes. Are you referring to the bard? Shoot him. Now. What? A puzzled Damien opened his mouth slightly. But he appears to be a person, not a monster. That's not the point now. You need to shoot immediately. It was clear that the NPC had arrived from the Lake Kingdom. And that outfit, that unmistakable bard attire. I had finally identified who my adversary was. I had come across him a few times while playing the game. We need to shoot him before he blows his flute. Grasping the hesitating Damien's shoulder, I shouted. Didn't I tell you to be my trigger, Damien? If you don't want to see more people die, snipe him now. Quick. But it was already too late. In the few seconds that Damien hesitated, the bard had already put his flute to his mouth, screech, and played it. Despite being a small flute, a piercing sound reverberated throughout the area. Squeak, squeak. As soon as the flute sounded, the rats ceased moving. Thousands of rats across the vast battlefield. All at once. Huh? What? The rats stopped? What's going on? Our soldiers, sensing the anomaly, were also perplexed. And the next moment, scream dash. A prolonged flute note echoed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately after, the rats' eyes gleamed with a blood-red light and their 4 legs pounded the ground. Those who had been rushing aimlessly towards the nearest wall suddenly began to swarm towards a single point in the wall. They're concentrating on one spot, I shouted, clinging to the edge of the rampart. Where? Where are those devils aiming? Right next to the castle gate in the center of the wall. That area is... Lucas, his face drained of color, left his sentence hanging. It's the section we finished repairing today. Cannons erupted with fire and ballistas launched bolts toward the enemies congregating from one direction. But we couldn't halt them all. Their sudden change in tactics was too sudden, and our defense line couldn't adjust in time. The soldiers quickly rotated the cannon barrels, and the ballistas also realigned their aim, but it was too late. Finally, the forefront of the devils, who had even crossed the moat, reached the wall. Thud! I was taken aback by the slight tremor seeping up my toes. What are they trying to achieve? Thud! The rat devils didn't attempt to scale the wall. Instead, thud! They rammed their heads. Thud! Against the wall, they battered their heads. Right against the wall that had just been patched up this morning. Thud! 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 The rats headbutt the wall. Until their skulls cracked, they wore away at the stone wall with their bodies. The leading rats struck the wall with their heads until they exploded, splattering blood and dropping down. The subsequent rats did the same, and then the ones that followed. Insane. What are they doing? The soldiers, their faces pallid at this gruesome sight, mumbled in bewilderment. But then I finally comprehended their intentions. These unhinged devils. The wall repairs were wrapped up just a few hours ago. Everyone had put in their utmost effort in the limited time, but unavoidably, the condition of the wall was still less than ideal. We had focused solely on fixing the damaged sections. Inevitably, there were crevices, and these rat devils were burrowing into those crevices with their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. They bashed their heads against the wall. They warped the metal plates with their claws. They gnawed at the stone with their teeth. They were undermining the wall, in a way that no other monster could. A tactic only rats could employ. Creak. The sound of the metal plate encasing the wall splitting rang out ominously. Grinding my teeth, I glared at the southern horizon. In the distance, a bard with a piper was leisurely pulling the pipe from his lips. I wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he seemed to be grinning. Chapter 38. Hostile NPCs. As the name implies, they were characters that posed a danger to the players. These devils would infiltrate the stage and put players through hell, mainly in two distinct categories. Firstly, the kind that directly engaged in battle. Just like playable characters, they boasted skills, special moves, and unique characteristics. Typically, these devils all had names and they were alarmingly powerful. Secondly, the kind that vexed the players indirectly. They didn't join in direct combat, but these devils tormented players with their exclusive abilities. They varied greatly, some manipulated the weather, others spread curses. That devil is of the second type. I gritted my teeth as I scowled at the hat-clad troubadour on the distant horizon. He controls monsters with his flute. Yes, I had run into him a few times in the game. However, I didn't immediately remember him as he wasn't this troublesome in the game. He was an NPC from the Lake Kingdom. He lacked direct combat capabilities, but he was a bard who could direct monsters with his flute. The players dubbed him the Pied Piper. Except for a few special legions, the behavior pattern of most monsters is extremely rudimentary. They simply charge to slay the nearest human. However, when the Pied Piper appears, this changes. Monsters would target the individual indicated by the Pied Piper first. Damien, shoot that devil. Damien, with his crossbow ready, remained still, and the Pied Piper, stowing his flute away as if he had concluded his task, turned and vanished.
I'm sorry, Your Highness.
Damien, gently lowering his crossbow, bowed his head deeply. But, even if they are the enemy, shooting people, for me. I lightly patted the remorseful Damien's shoulder. We can discuss this later. After all, Damien was a healer. He was a young boy whose primary role was not killing people, but saving them. In the course of fighting on this monster front, he might have slain monsters, but he would never have battled against humans. But there are plenty of humans among our adversaries. We will unavoidably have to combat humans. If he can't surmount this hurdle, Damien's combat efficiency will be halved. I swiveled my head and yelled at the soldiers. Artillery, archers, what are you doing? Concentrate fire on the center. Annihilate them all. Yes. The focus of the cannons and ballistas shifted towards the center of the wall. Soon, the cannons and ballistas started to unleash shells and arrows. Boom! Bang! A massacre ensued. In the explosive flames and hail of arrows, the rat-like creatures were obliterated instantly. But that lasted only for a moment. Squeak! Squeak! The rat-like creatures resumed their advance determinately, sheltering between the corpses of their comrades. The wall of corpses, amassed like a mountain, was becoming a barricade, obstructing our attacks. They're ruthlessly pounding the walls. The walls are taking a beating. Despite Lucas' frantic cries, I endeavored to stay composed.
Don't fret.
As long as the walls endure, we just need to eliminate them all. Regardless of how quickly it was patched up, no matter the deficiencies, it was a fortress wall. It wouldn't be easily broken through. Do you presume this fortress built by the Empire is frail, you rat devils? I spun around and hollered. Jupiter! It's showtime. Step forward. I thought you'd call, so I was gearing up. Crackle, crackling. Jupiter, who was already standing behind me priming her magic, hoisted her hand up. I thrust my hand forward and bellowed. Scorch them all dash. Jupiter also thrust her hand forward, echoing my gesture. Rumble. Suddenly, the dark clouds congregated in the sky and light scattered. Flash dash. Numerous lightning bolts struck the ground. Kaboom! The lightning reduced the huddled rat devils to ash in an instant. It was an overwhelming power. But it wasn't over yet. I yelled at Lily, who was handling the artifacts. Lily, ready the flame emitter artifacts. How many should we deploy? Clearly all of them. At maximum strength. I pointed at the mound of rat corpses heaped like mountains. Incinerate them. Flame emitter artifact. Engaging. Following Lilith's command, the alchemists activated the artifacts. After a few seconds, whoosh, flames surged from the artifacts positioned at the brink of the wall. The flames transformed the rat corpses and the rats nestled in between them into ash. The battlefield, swept by lightning and fire, was ablaze. Everyone was gasping and staring at the spectacle. I spoke assertively. We're good. We can stand firm. I was slightly taken aback when they started to dent the walls. But it's uncomplicated. They're being directed to one spot. Just focus your volley on the point where they are congregating. There's nothing to be concerned about. We merely had to turn the area in front of these walls into a death zone. We need to regroup before their second wave approaches. I was about to issue that command. Ding! A system alert. It ominously chimed in my ear. Hesitantly, I glanced at the system window that emerged in front of me. Enemy information, Stage 2. LV.30 Ratman Champion Elite 3 units. LV.5 Giant Rat, 1574 units. Kill counts, 1677. The names of the boss entities that had always been displayed as were disclosed. Ratman Champion, the top-ranked among Ratmen, characterized by its disturbingly robust physique. And the fact that this name has been unveiled means Scream Dash. It means they have arrived on the battlefield. Leading the second wave of rats, 3 level 30 Ratman champions trudged onto the scene. The beast they stumbled upon in the dungeon bore an uncanny resemblance to a Ratman. However, its stature was double the usual size, nearly as large as an elephant. Ordinarily, they're just bullet sponges. It was a standard sacrificial creature. There was no intricate ploy. The strategy was simple. Concentrate your firepower and annihilate them one after the other. But what about the present circumstances? All the monsters were attempting to break through one specific spot in the fortress wall. Thump! The Ratman champion leading the charge pounded the ground. And with startling speed for such a colossal creature, it barreled toward the fortress wall on all fours. Halt it! Thump! 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 Observing the beast close in rapidly, I shouted out. What are you gawking at? Stop it, Dash. Only then did the soldiers snap back to reality and began firing cannons and ballistae. Boom! Whiz! Thud! But the Ratman champion, brushing off the explosions and arrows, charged undeterred to the outskirts of the fortress wall. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. As the creature entered the range, the automated defense turret sprang into action, pelting it with bullets akin to a shotgun. Whack! Whiz! The horrific sound of bullets ripping through its flesh resonated. Squeak! The Ratman champion, screeching grotesquely, stumbled and fell directly in front of the fortress wall. Its massive body stirred up a dust cloud as it rolled several times before coming to a halt. A fleeting sense of relief washed over everyone's faces. But this was no time for relief. I persisted to bellow. More are on the way. Brace yourselves, Dash. 2 Ratman champions. and the remaining 1,500 rats began their collective charge. Thump, 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 rat-a-tat-tat-a dash. The ground quaked. Unwittingly, I gulped. The swarm of rats converging on a single point wasn't merely a gray wave. This was virtually a tidal wave. We need to eliminate the Ratman champions first. I pointed at the second Ratman champion spearheading the charge. Fire! Don't hold back! Explosives and arrows were launched in unison. But the rats running alongside served as a shield, taking the fall and protecting the Ratman champion. Clang! Clang! The automatic defense turret, having expended all its ammunition, began to reload. I clenched my teeth. These beasts were already extraordinarily robust, but with this, Jupiter! I'm on it! Jupiter unleashed her second spell. Lily, activate the magic amplifier artifact. Target Jupiter. I activated the single-use damage multiplier artifact, the magic amplifier.
À Sutelbu fora enveloppet Jupiter.
Eat this, you rat devils. Jupiter, with a blue light radiating from her singular eye, thrust her hand forward. Dark clouds assembled, and dozens of lightning bolts descended from above. The lightning struck the front line of the surging rat horde. Kaboom! The power was undeniably immense. The area struck by lightning was charred black. However, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. The throng of sewer rats at the front collided with each other, causing the lightning to scatter, and the Ratman champions, though struck by the magic, continued their relentless charge. Damn! Was it not sufficient? Jupiter cursed, biting her lip. From the get-go, Jupiter was a mage known for her area of effect spells. In such a chaotic fray, striking a single target with precision was a near impossibility. Hence, there was no other option. Lily, Flamethrower. The Flamethrower artifact is still cooling down. Then forget the artifact. Release some fire yourself. I seized Lilith's wheelchair and bolted towards the wall's end. Lily turned a shade paler, but dutifully began gathering her magical energy. I knew we'd resort to this. Here it goes. From Lilith's fingertips, a tremendous fireball was launched. Boom! The fireball accurately detonated at the forefront of the horde. The leading Ratman champion was entirely charred black. But even in that state, it persevered, attempting to continue its run. Thump! An arrow lodged itself in his left eye. It was a crossbow bolt shot by Damien. The arrow that pierced his eye scrambled his brain matter like a kneaded dough. Kaik! Thud! The second Ratman champion also collapsed. However, the third Ratman champion trailing close behind was still brimming with vitality. He lightly vaulted over the corpse of his comrade and resumed his charge. Now he was merely a few strides away from the wall. Ha dash! Schwing! Lucas drew the long sword from his waist and flung it. The spinning blade lodged itself between the Ratman champion's neck and shoulder. Blood spurted out wildly, but it was insufficient to bring him down. In the heat of the moment, I called out to our marksman. Damien! Quickly dash! Clank! Slow but steady, Damien, who had loaded the next bolt, lifted his crossbow. Whoosh dash! And let it fly. The bolt, flawlessly tracing a clean trajectory, whoosh, pierced the right eye of the Ratman champion who was almost at the wall. We did it! He's down dash! Without even realizing, I cheered in triumph. But it wasn't so. I had misunderstood. Kaik! Despite sustaining a fatal wound, the Ratman champion used his remaining momentum to charge, hurling his hefty body into the opening, the gap that the first wave of the sewer rat horde had carved. He flung himself into the place where they had ripped apart the iron plates and gnawed at the stone. Boom! The impact ensued. The top of the wall quaked violently. All the soldiers screamed, clutching the wall to steady themselves. Your Highness! Lucas caught me as I teetered on the edge. Barely managing to stay upright, I glanced down at the base of the wall. Like sewage rushing into a drain, hordes of sewer rats were flooding into the thick cloud of dust at the bottom of the wall. I gritted my teeth. A sinking feeling overcame me. The wall, it had been breached. Chapter 39. On a barren hill, far southeast from the walls of Crossroad, stood a lone figure. An old man, seated on his steed, analyzed the defensive proceedings with a grim demeanor. This was Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad. A life spent in battle against monstrous threats and leading defenses had honed his instincts. He knew instantly this monster onslaught was unlike any other. It was unrecognizable compared to his own tenure as the Lord. The magnitude was mind-bogglingly vast, and the monsters were distinctively organized. They didn't emerge in a disordered jumble, but as a cohesive army. Something's off. And there was more. As the mysterious bard, who had surfaced from the lake, began his flute melody, the monster's movements shifted dramatically. The battle flow against these monsters is different. Is Prince Ash truly leading such a battle for the third time? It was no surprise why the newly appointed Lord, the youngest prince, Ash, had beseeched him for assistance. Even if he, the Margrave of Crossroad, hadn't retired and had continued as commander, these foes would have posed a formidable challenge. Prince Ash was holding his ground astonishingly well, almost unbelievable for someone who was once a capital's idler. Nevertheless, the situation hung in the balance. Should I intervene? The question formed unbidden in his mind. Beside his saddle lay the armor and weaponry he had worn for his lifetime, carried out of habit. No. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, eventually shook his head. He had retired, hadn't he? There was no call for his intervention now. He loathed this front line. He abhorred this land. Even after a life of devotion, this barren wasteland that ultimately claimed his wife and drove his daughter away filled him with intense resentment. He no longer wished to safeguard it. I just need to die in the orchard. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, viewed this as his penance. His final act of contrition, after neglecting his wife in the face of defending the monster-ridden frontline. He would draw his last breath in the same place his wife did. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, dismissed his watch over the defensive operations and started to turn away. He had come to inspect the situation due to its peculiar nature, but now it felt too late. What could he possibly do? There's no use at all. Charles, the Margrave of Crossroad, planned to return to his final sanctuary, the orchard. Just then, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated. Startled, he swiveled around to see the city wall trembling in sync with a massive cloud of dust. Along with thousands of rat-like creatures burrowing under the wall, the cries of humans were audible. The Margrave's eyes twitched. No, I won't fight anymore. The Margrave, gritting his teeth, guided his horse's head back towards the orchard. I must return to the orchard. If by any chance the front line were to fall, all the regions behind it would be preyed upon by the monsters. His orchard would be next in line for the monster's rampage. Hold on, my love. In that moment, the image of his late wife, her smile shining with joy, flickered across the mind of the Margrave of Crossroad. Her memory lingered. Her face smeared with dirt as she fed him a grape, asking him, "Is it sweet? This time, I will keep you safe." The Margrave of Crossroad envisioned his wife's grave, nestled beside the orchard. That's where he would meet his end. Thud, thud. Leaving the chaos of the front lines in his wake, the Margrave of Crossroad trod towards his orchard. Boom, boom. As the trembling and explosions ceased, I regained my footing and yelled towards the heart of the fortress. Report on the damage to the fortress wall. Moments later, the standby soldiers within the fortress answered. It's not entirely compromised yet, but it's only a matter of time. We can hear the rats gnawing at the stones inside the walls. Brushing my hair back, I shook with anger. Why on earth are they eating rocks? They need a more balanced diet. The fortress wall was a complex structure, layered with stone and iron plates. It wouldn't be breached in a single attack. The issue was the freshly mended part of the wall, now hopelessly cracked due to the Ratman champion's onslaught. Eventually, they would punch a hole in the fortress wall. I covered my face with one hand, deep in thought, and then growled in a low voice. Issue an evacuation order. Excuse me? Lucas, baffled, asked again. I shot back curtly. Tell the citizens in the city to evacuate. Now. Do you mean? There's a high probability of monsters breaching the walls. Rather than getting caught and killed needlessly, all citizens should head north. This was, of course, a precaution for the worst-case scenario. We must be ready to fend them all off here. Ding, 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 ding dash. The bells rang out an emergency, the sound piercing my ears. It was a call for the citizens to evacuate. Hoping for a swift evacuation, I issued the next command. Except for the minimum required artillery and archers to operate the cannons and ballistas, everyone else skilled in close combat should head to the walls. I turned to Lucas. Lucas, you take charge of the infantry. Form a defensive line within the walls. Hold them back. Lucas looked at me, concern etched on his face. What about you, Your Majesty? Ill lead from above. It's dangerous, Your Majesty. Lucas pointed at my feet. The wall has already given way once. Could fall again. It's too risky. Indeed, the wall was visibly trembling. The soldiers, trying to reset the aim and stabilize the cannons and ballistas, were struggling. Are you suggesting we forfeit the defense from above and face the remaining 1,500 rats without any weaponry? Despite the imminent risk of further wall collapse, we couldn't afford to abandon the aerial defense. Without the supporting fire from above, our infantry would face heavy losses and the defense might ultimately collapse. Understood, Your Highness. Lucas nodded, albeit reluctantly. But if the conditions on the walls deteriorate even slightly, you must come down straight away. Sure thing. Now quit worrying and get down there quickly. Even with the walls at risk, could it be as hazardous as the impending clash with the monsters at the ground level? Still, Lucas was concerned about me till the end. Only when I started my way down did he dash towards the ground level. His fussing was almost motherly. Jupiter, fight as you see fit, but try to take down as many of those bastards as possible at once. The team instinctively gathered around me. I met their gazes and handed out orders. Don't hold back on your magic. As soon as you have enough for a lightning spell, let it loose. Understood, Your Highness. As the situation intensified, Jupiter's expression hardened. Jupiter quickly clutched her yellow magic power with both hands and dashed towards the walls. Lily, which artifacts can be activated right now? Only the haste artifact for speed enhancement is available. The gravity field artifact and the magic amplifier artifact are on cooldown. They won't be accessible until the battle is over. And the flame spray artifact? There are 10 minutes left until it recharges. Use the haste right away on the infantry soldiers. The moment the flame spray recharges, use it. Understood. Lily raced off to activate the haste artifact. Finally, my gaze fell upon Damien. Damien. Yes, Your Highness. Damien stood bowed, his face clouded with defeat. He had failed to take down the man blowing the flute, and he hadn't managed to stop the Ratman champion. He must have believed that the current crisis was his fault. I brought my fingers together and lightly tapped on Damien's smooth forehead. Pop! Ouch! Damien's head snapped back as his eyes welled up. He looked at me and I smiled. You've done a good job so far, you little rascal. Yo, Your Highness. I won't hold a couple of small mistakes against you, so don't lose heart. A sniper who never misses his mark. Pretty much a cheat character. Just having Damien in my team significantly expands the strategies I can use. To me, Damien's presence was a blessing. Your mere presence gives me enormous strength. So, you should also trust in yourself as much as I trust in you. I delivered a hearty slap on Damien's shoulder, a bit harder than usual. Let's get through this crisis together, okay? Yes, yes. Your Highness. Good. Damien, your role is the last line of defense. I gently dragged my foot across the wall, feeling the subtle vibrations. It's inevitable that the walls will be breached. The pests that break through will face our infantry on the ground floor. Indeed. But our infantry are human, not a wall. There will inevitably be openings, which could let some of these pests through. Damien and I both turned our gaze towards the interior of the walls. Smoke from baking bread painted a peaceful portrait of the town. If even one rat makes it into the town, the extent of the havoc they could wreak is incalculable. You mustn't let any of the escaped rats through, and take them out. The boss monster, the Ratman champion, was already vanquished. All that remained were about 1,500 rats. Damien should be able to readily handle rats breaking away from the defensive line. As long as not 10 escape at once. Damien was an accurate sniper, but his slow speed was becoming increasingly evident. We needed to figure out a way to work around this weakness. I understand, Your Highness. I'll give it my best shot. With an energetic response, Damien hoisted his crossbow and sprinted towards the interior of the walls. That's good. Now, we had to trust that everyone would fulfill their roles well. Phew! I drew a breath and slapped my own cheeks, trying to look beyond the town walls. I wanted to verify if the kill zone had been reestablished. Just then, the wall is broken. They're coming in. A cry echoed from within the walls. They're too quick, damn it. I gritted my teeth and peered inside the walls. The ground level was in the distance. The interior walls were trembling, and then, thud dash. Amidst a flurry of bricks and dust, rats exploded through the opening. Squeak! Squeak! Dusty rats who had made the hole attempted to charge at the humans ahead. Slash! But Lucas, who was positioned right in front of the hole, slit their throats with a single stroke. The saw-like blade in Lucas' hand, the rat cutter, shimmered with a sinister light. Lucas, unblinking and unfazed after taking down the rats, barked orders. The opening they're coming out of is narrow. Keep calm and take them down one by one. Yes. The soldiers echoed Lucas' command in unison. But Lucas had overlooked one thing. Indeed, the hole was narrow, but our opponents were rats. Despite the narrow opening, they pushed through, a ceaseless torrent. Moreover, it seemed as if they were broadening the opening, allowing an increasing number of rats to flood through. Watching from my elevated position, I was astounded. What kind of rats are these? They're more like moles. The infantry initially managed to hold back the rats quite easily, but as their numbers surged, fatigue started to set in. And it wasn't over yet. The flamethrower artifact. It's ready. Activate immediately. Arg! Lily, preparing to activate the artifact, let out a cry. Startled, I dashed to her side. What's wrong, Lily? The rats, the rats. A few rats were arrayed before the flamethrower artifact. Numerous alchemists, bitten and bleeding, had fallen nearby. Without hesitation, I lunged in and threw a punch. Prince punch dash. Smack! The moment my fist made contact with a rat, a lucky strike got triggered in my hand. Ding, ding, ding. The digits that popped up on the roulette wheel were 0, 1, 5. 15 damage. Smack! Though modest, these figures were adequate to dispatch a level 5 sewer rat. Retracting my fist, I quickly surveyed the area outside the wall. Have they scaled the wall? I had neglected them while focusing on the breached part of the wall. Some of the sewer rats had merely climbed over the wall. A few were assaulting the artifact. Shit. Damn it. Lily released a fire spell, incinerating the remaining sewer rats. Afterward, Lily checked the wounded alchemists and called out to me. They'll live, but the rats have damaged the artifact. It needs to be recalibrated to activate again. Do it as swiftly as you can. We're running out of time. Given that all the forces holding back the surging rats had shifted to the ground level, the number of creatures clambering over the wall started to surge. The artillerymen and archers stationed on the wall had no choice but to draw their weapons and engage them. Arg! My hand, my hand! The ground-level defense infantry began to suffer casualties. The long-range interception unit needed to strike effectively in order to wipe out the sewer rats burrowing towards the infantry, thus easing the defensive burden and blocking the adversaries more effectively. However, currently, both sides were merely absorbing damage as they used their bodies to halt the influx of rats. At this rate, in front of Jupiter, who was panting as she prepared the next spell, I swung a lucky strike repeatedly. Damien, too, frantically fired his crossbow from my side, but his pace was sluggish. If this continues, the damage will spiral out of control. The worst-case scenario naturally painted itself in my mind. Desperately, I racked my brain to find a way out. Damn, isn't there anything? At that moment, one of the veterans, who was on the wall slitting rat throats with a dagger, suddenly widened his eyes. It was the veteran soldier who had served under the Margrave. As if Head spotted a ghost, he turned towards the southern plains and murmured, "Margrave? What?" I looked in the same direction and quickly spotted what he was referring to. Clatter, clatter, clatter dash. From the distant side of the wall, I saw an elderly knight in tarnished armor, galloping towards us. Chapter 40. Charles Cross had spent his entire existence battling something. He was born in a fortress whose purpose was to keep monsters at bay. Even before he could grasp much, he trailed his father to the front lines and matured amidst the gore of monsters attempting to breach the fortress walls. When his father passed on, when he inherited the Margrave's position, when he became the fortress lord at a tender age, every day he fought monsters. In truth, this was all he needed. Fighting monsters was his forte and the only thing he could genuinely comprehend. Eliminate the foe trying to kill me. The world was that straightforward and lucid. Greetings, my lord. Until she arrived in town. What are you intending to sell in this place? Flowers, my lord. The female merchant who had applied for a business permit in the town center. In her presence, Margrave Cross was stupefied. This is a monster front line. We need swords and spears, arrows and shells here. What purpose do flowers serve? They'll just wilt promptly. Exactly because they're futile, precisely for that reason. Humans require flowers, my lord. This transient beauty that fades so swiftly. That's why flowers are beautiful. He couldn't comprehend it. So, initially, he was skeptical of her. He suspected she might be a spy from a rival nation. Margrave Cross frequented her shop, brimming with flowers and grass, daily, seeking evidence of her espionage. Each time he visited, she would beam and educate him about flowers. She detailed their language and familiarized him with their fragrances and hues. Margrave Cross learned to differentiate the colors and scents of flowers and memorized every kind of flower. Yet, he still couldn't quite understand their beauty. A year later, Charles Cross proposed to her, and she accepted. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop, clippity-clop dash. Margrave Cross, dressed in armor and brandishing a spear and shield, spurred his horse towards the fortress wall. A lone rider, solo without any escorts. What the hell is he up to? He was atop a shabby horse, encased in armor that had not been maintained and had rusted, carrying a massive shield and cavalry spear that seemed incongruous with his lean physique. And in that state, he was galloping solo towards the rats, still numbering in the thousands. This wasn't some Don Quixote charging at a windmill. What are you thinking, Margrave? You're inviting death dash. As if my cries fell on deaf ears, Margrave Cross continued his relentless charge. Dash. A raspy battle cry erupted from behind the helmet donned by the old man. One by one, the rats that were zealously trying to breach or burrow under the wall turned to look back. The behavior of the monsters, as I had explained dozens of times, was straightforward. Eliminate the nearest human. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the Margrave advanced, the rats glowered, their red eyes ablaze, their hostility palpable. Yet Margrave Cross didn't decelerate, he charged headlong. With a resounding bellow, a giant lance plunged into the core of the rat horde. And then, "Turn your gaze on me, you rat bastards!" He activated his taunt, a widespread skill famously associated with shield knights. He was unsure of the precise level of his taunt skill, honed through endless frontline battles. But the sight of nearly 1,000 rats, formerly attacking the walls, spinning around as one. It was too uncanny, too otherworldly. I stood there, speechless, observing Margrave cross. What was he up to? Our eyes locked, mine and Margrave cross. From beneath the shadow of his helmet, his deep, mature green eyes glimmered faintly. I attempted to decipher his motives, but I was utterly baffled. Squeak! Squeak! The very next instant, a torrent of rats rushed towards Margrave Cross. Time had elapsed since the pair wed. Even after becoming a lord's wife, she continued to plant flowers and trim trees. From seeds blossomed new life, delicate stems reaching for the summer sun. Flowers blooming, fruits yielding, leaves falling, and then a daughter came into the world. Look, darling. Weary from childbirth, the wife extended a bloody bundle. Your daughter. It was a day the monsters chose to attack. Charles Cross, having hastily returned without even a moment to cleanse the blood and grime, gently cradled the tiny bundle. The baby was sound asleep. So petite and fragile, it seemed she might break under the slightest touch. Evangeline. The wife whispered the infant's name. Our daughter. Isn't she as beautiful as her name? Baffled, Charles Cross didn't respond. He still couldn't comprehend how such a small and brittle being, with a feeble warmth that seemed it could fade at any moment, could stir his heart so profoundly. Just moments prior, on the front lines, there was nothing he didn't understand about slaying monsters. Now he was utterly perplexed. Quickly regroup. Now! I hastily relayed the command. The rats that had penetrated the walls and the interior were all disposed of, mainly because there were no reinforcements. The rats were all pushed back beyond the wall. Single-handedly, standing tall and robust, was Margrave Cross.
Don deploie canon hors ballista.
Margrave might get hit. Use only crossbows and bows. Aim for the rats on the outskirts first. Yes, sir. The archers assumed their positions and began eliminating the rats one at a time. Lily, is the flame-throwing artifact prepped? It's ready to go. Char those within range. While the activated artifact was incinerating the rats near the wall, I hollered to Lucas on the first floor. Lucas, at your service, sire. Round up all soldiers proficient in hand-to-hand combat and storm the castle gates. We must save Margrave. No, your majesty. It's not a rescue. Lucas, having adjusted his helmet, sparkled his bright blue eyes. It's an ambush on those rat bastards from behind. We can wrap this up in one fell swoop. Well, wipe them out and return with Margrave. Make it happen, and make it quick. Yes.
Katrunk.
The gates swung open, and Lucas, perched on his steed, hoisted his sword high. Charge! Slay those bastards and rescue Margrave. Roar! Like a mighty wave, the soldiers gushed out in unity, bellowing at the tops of their voices. Veteran warriors, who once served under Margrave, spearheaded the assault. Don't be late. I tightened my grip on my fist. Please, don't be late. Arg! Margrave Cross bellowed. Each time his massive cavalry lance sliced through the air, about a dozen rats spewed blood and rolled on the ground. Yet, an army of rats far outnumbering that gnawed at his flesh. Even though his armor was worn out, it was top-notch gear. His personal skills also focused on boosting defense. Despite all this, damage piled up relentlessly. Even amidst the torment of being chewed all over, Margrave continued his outcry, brandishing his cavalry lance. I can't grasp it. Margrave Cross failed to understand why he was in this predicament. Why he had chosen the city again when he had resolved to meet his end beside his wife. Lured by something about this damned city, why he was battling again. I just can't fathom. Even at his advanced age, the world remained an enigma. The fleeting beauty of flowers, the warmth of existence, the allure of the world. Even his own heart. Despite devoting his entire life to understanding, Margrave simply remained clueless. But there was one thing he understood too well. Ugh! Era dash! Flowers, his daughter. Those frail and fleeting entities, he had to shield them from these beasts. and he excelled at slaughtering monsters. My daughter resides behind those walls. That's why he waged this war. A world where my daughter exists. Because he knew nothing else but to fight. He had to endure this foolish existence, this desperate struggle. Not one will breach, not a single one. Margrave howled again, striving to fend off one more beast from the wall. Dozens, possibly hundreds of rats simultaneously lunged at Margrave. Unable to resist, Margrave staggered back. His helmet, smeared with monster blood, hindered his vision. His aged arms could no longer muster strength. His legs, which had long since pushed past their limits, refused to budge. Arg! I knew it. Regardless of how fiercely I battled alone in the orchard. Regardless of how many monsters I vanquished here. Those days would never come back. The wife, now gone, the daughter had left, the happiness lost. All of it was beyond recovery. But the man who knew no other way to exist but to battle, stubbornly hoisted himself up, brandishing his spear again. And that marked the end. The moment he rose, swung his spear, and thrust his shield forward. Snap! Something within Margrave Cross gave way. He felt nothing in his body, swallowed up with the armor. The pain that had exceeded its limits no longer registered in his brain. His sight was fading. Margrave Cross sensed his demise. Just one more. To escort his last comrade on his final journey, Margrave Cross clenched his teeth and held on. But it was tranquil. No more rats assailed him. Margrave Cross was perplexed. Why had the monsters stopped attacking him? Could it be, was he already deceased? Margrave Cross. Then, a clear voice rang out. It was the voice of the youthful knight who had been trailing the new lord. We have vanquished all the monsters. The battle is over. You can rest now. At those words, the cavalry spear clutched in his hand tumbled to the ground. Then, like a puppet whose strings had been severed, Margrave Cross collapsed forward.